In 2015, I sold a haunted house in the Bay Area of California. After 58 years and it affecting 3 generations with countless times of failed efforts to rid of it or cleanse it from whatever was there, I finally sold it. This all began with a Christmas gift of a spirit board gone terribly wrong in the hands of a very inexperienced 8-year-old child. That child was me. So I guess it's only fitting that I be the one that was able to sell it. We regularly had our names called out in that home, sounding like people that we knew. It wasn't just that. It was also having someone sit on our bed, something that escalated to being laid on and held down. Mirrors were a nightmare, as we always saw someone or something walking past, which would mean that whatever it was had to be at least 5 feet off the ground. It was tall, taller than we were as children, and especially taller than us as children. In our living room, anything near an antique mirror that was hanging would shatter. First we'd hear the crackle sound, and then pow. Vases, old collectibles, 60s ashtrays that are heavy and thick, and picture frame glass, all different variations of size and strength. They would all break. We heard parties happening in our backyard with lots of people talking, laughing, moving the yard furniture, and playing music. Some nights it was difficult to get any sleep, and the motion sensor lights would go on and off all night. However, if I looked outside, every sound would stop, and nothing would have been disturbed. As a teenager, I started yelling from my bed out of the window to shut up. I'm trying to sleep. And it actually worked. Over the years, the activity only increased, though. Friends complained about someone or something following them home. This was coming from people who had no idea about my little spirit board incident. These were people that knew nothing about the history of my childhood. A couple of friends had come over while we had a 1940s chalk figurine, one that levitated in a china cabinet. It was the 70s, so no pictures, but 8 witnesses. There really is just so much to unpack here, from having whatever this is follow me to wherever I've lived, and with more activity and too many experiences to print here, it started to affect my kids and then my grandkids. It followed my granddaughter and lived in the tree outside of her 2nd-story window, and before moving out, we learned its name. I bound it to the land itself by using its name. However, it's not the only thing to come through. When I removed the antique mirror last, because I didn't want it broken, the 2 brokers that I'd sold it to were present. Behind the mirror and on the wall were the shadow of 2 people looking out. This was the last property that they'd flipped, and it sat empty for almost 2 years, which is a huge loss of money. I'd like to share more, but my internet connection keeps cutting out. So that's all for now. This happened about 6 years ago. I'll never forget it. I woke up at about 3 a.m. needing to use the bathroom. I was a high school student back then and was living with my parents. In our house, we only had 1 bathroom, and it was downstairs. As I went downstairs, my eyes were drawn to the front door. I noticed that just by the position of the door handle, that the front door was unlocked. This actually happened quite a lot when I was in high school. I had the worst habit of leaving the door unlocked. When my parents came home from work, they would just stay home, but I liked to go out. I didn't ever stay out too late, though. I'd usually be home by 10 because one of my closest friends lived on the same street as us. We went over to each other's homes regularly. Anyway, I must have forgotten to lock the door when I came home that night. So the first thing I did when I went downstairs was lock the door. I didn't want to be in trouble in the morning. Next, I went and used the bathroom, and just as I was heading back upstairs, I heard a terrifying sound. Our door handle began to rattle. Someone was trying the door. In a house that stood in absolute silence, the sound of someone violently trying the door handle was very jarring. It jumped me out of my skin. Not really knowing what to do, I turned to face the door. I guess I wondered at the time if there was someone from my family behind that door. A family member who had just stepped out and now that I'd locked the door, couldn't get back in. Maybe someone realized that we were out of something that we would really need in the morning time. Possibly they came and went to the convenience store. These thoughts all seemed plausible to me at the time. I thought that I should probably just unlock the door before whichever family member was out there got angry at me. I turned to head back to the door, but for some reason I hesitated on picking up the key from the bowl on the table by the door. Something just didn't feel right. It was around 3 a.m., and I was sure that no one would be out that late. I decided to go upstairs quickly and see if anyone wasn't home. I slowly creaked open my parents' bedroom door and took a peek inside. I expected to see one half of the bed vacant, but it wasn't. Both of my parents were sleeping soundly in their bed. So that left me with one unanswerable question. Who was trying our front door a few moments ago? I stood at the top of the stairs thinking about this for a few seconds, and then I began to creep downstairs, one step at a time. I think a part of me was thinking that there was some sort of emergency, because this kind of thing just didn't really happen in my town. No one came to your house in the night, ever. I just thought that I should try to find out who was out there. I got to about halfway down the stairs, but then I froze. The door handle started rattling like crazy. The person who had a hold of the door handle on the other side of the door was forcing their weight down on it as they tried to open it. The door was making this horrible metal clunk as the handle was tried. It was shaking the whole frame of the door. I stood there, almost whimpering, frozen, trying not to attract attention for about 30 seconds, and all the while, that door handle rattled like crazy. After those 30 seconds were up, I heard a heavy thud against the bottom of the door. It seemed to me as if someone had tried one final attempt to kick the door in. After that final kick, the house fell back into silence, and whoever was out there, it seemed as if they had left. The following morning, our neighbors were all out in the street talking by the time I had left for school. A number of the cars in our neighborhood had flat tires. Someone had been out there last night slashing tires. I was so shaken by the whole series of events that it took me 2 years after it all happened to be comfortable with walking home alone again. I know it doesn't sound like all that much happened, but it was very traumatic for me. Even now, I torture myself by trying to figure out what that person came to our house for that night and what might have happened if I didn't need to use the bathroom at 3 a.m. If I'd stayed asleep for a few minutes longer, then I think that whoever was trying the door might have gotten in. And if they were slashing tires, then I guess that means they came with a weapon. I often wonder about what the purpose of their visit might have been, why they picked our house that night. The not knowing is almost as scary as it was that night. I remember my parents saying that the police never made an arrest. It scares me that whoever did this is still out there. There's a comment on this message board that I want to share with you. The same kind of thing happened to my mother. She was staying up late at home, preparing for a family event, doing what a mom does, trying to be prepared for it. This old man from our neighborhood came on up to the door. He was really drunk, but my mom didn't know that at the time. She just thought that he had come to the door because there was some kind of emergency. She opened the door to him, and he just started rambling about the police and the local government and how much he hated them. My mom was involved in local politics at the time, so I think that's why he came to our home. My mom just let the guy ramble, tried her best not to provoke him. She wanted him gone as quick as possible. My mom can be really fiery sometimes and not afraid to tell people what she really thinks. But that night, she said that her gut feeling told her to just stay cool and composed. She said she even tried to joke around with the old man at her door. Seeing that he was changing his mood, she became a little more relieved. She had de-escalated him, and he was actually smiling. He turned to leave our porch, but before he did, he decided to share something with my mom. He said the following: "I was thinking of coming over here tonight and using this." He then pulled out a huge kitchen knife from the back of his waistband. "But you know what? You're all right." And with that, he left. My mother said that she began to hyperventilate as soon as she had closed and locked the door for the night. It was good thinking from my mother that saved her that night, and I think that kind of thinking may have saved the original poster in this story, too. Stay safe out there, everyone. Trust your gut in those early hours of the morning or late hours of the night. You just never know. It might save your life. I always thought there was something off about the first middle school I ever taught in. It was built in the 1900s, but it was your typical school until everyone was gone. At least that's when I felt it. It was when I started staying late to grade papers that I truly felt it. I was still getting used to the rhythm of lesson plans and grading, and staying late had become a habit. The quiet hallways were kind of peaceful during those hours. I liked the solitude. But on one of those nights, as I sat alone in my classroom, I heard keys jingling. Not so strange, right? At first, it didn't strike me as odd. The janitor, Mr. Morales, often worked late. I figured he was just making his rounds. But as the sound grew louder, something felt off. Even though the sound was getting closer, it still sounded distant. It had a constant, steady rhythm, echoing off the empty walls. There was no pattern, no pause to unlock a door or push a cart. I poked my head out into the hallway, still expecting to see Mr. Morales. The sound was closer now, but still distant or muffled. More importantly, there was no one there. Still hearing the jingling, I called out, "Mr. Morales?" My voice trembling a little. Just silence. I shrugged it off, returned to my desk, telling myself I was obviously being paranoid. But it wasn't the last time it happened. Over the following months, the jingling became a regular occurrence on nights when I worked late. I'd hear it weaving through the hallways, sometimes more distant than others, and sometimes just right outside my door. It became almost predictable. One evening, I decided to just find Mr. Morales, to prove to myself that it was nothing strange. I waited until the jingling started again and quietly stepped into the hallway. The sound was coming from the staircase near the library, so I followed it. As I turned the corner, the jingling abruptly stopped. I found myself staring down an empty corridor. Then, from behind me, the sound started again. I spun around, and there was no one there. I didn't stay late again for weeks after that, but teaching is relentless, and deadlines don't care about ghost stories. So inevitably, I found myself back in the classroom after hours. I brought music to drown out the sounds. It didn't work. The keys jingled louder than ever, as if they were trying to compete with my headphones. I ripped them off, my patience finally snapping. "Who's there?" I yelled, my voice echoing down the hallway. For the first time, I heard something other than keys. A low, guttural sigh. I didn't go back to work for 3 days. When I finally did go back, I was forced to, once again, work late. This night, I stayed later than I usually do, and though I heard the keys most of the night, I then heard something else. More keys. Different, though. These sounded present, in the same room. As I took a quick stroll down the hallway, I saw Mr. Morales. I decided I was ready to talk to him, even if he was going to laugh at me, to tell me that I was hearing things. I told him my story, and he asked me, "So you've been hearing keys at night, before tonight?" I told him, yes, I'm not usually here this late, but I'm always here until 6. "That's not me," he said. "And it's not my keys." He pulled out his key ring and gave it a shake. The sound was sharp and metallic, completely different from the haunting, hollow jingle I'd heard. He then goes on to explain that he never comes to the school before 7. So, not Mr. Morales. It wasn't until years later during a staff meeting with some older teachers that I learned the truth. Decades ago, a janitor named Mr. Tate had worked at the middle school. He was known for his kindness and dedication to the job, which he'd had for almost 30 years. One winter, while locking up, he'd suffered a heart attack and he'd slipped on an icy staircase in the basement. He was found the next morning. When I'd first learned the story, it gave me chills. I'd never told anyone about what I'd experienced, but another coworker said, "They say you can still hear his keys sometimes, especially if you're here late. Poor guy's just making his rounds." For some reason after that, the jingling didn't really frighten me as much, but it never stopped. Even on my last night there, as I packed up my classroom for the final time, I heard it. The keys faint and steady, following me down the hallway, almost like an old friend saying goodbye. During my first year at Southern Oregon University, I joined some friends for a haunted campus tour, led by a veteran security guard. The stories we heard that night were enough to leave anyone looking over their shoulder. Suzanne Hall had perhaps the most tragic tale. During its construction, the foundation pit filled with water over Thanksgiving break due to heavy rains. A young child playing near the site dragged a mattress into the water, climbed aboard, and drowned when the mattress flipped. Their body wasn't found until the following week. Students living in the basement of Suzanne Hall report a chilling phenomenon. A knock on the door, and upon opening it, they're met by a drenched child asking for a towel. As quickly as they appear, the child vanishes. Some say a ghostly young woman can also be heard playing piano in the dead of night. The basement of Taylor Hall is said to be haunted by the spirit of a security guard who once loved the building. Though the specifics are vague, the guard's presence is felt in the dim, quiet corridors. Even I can speak to that. Where Stevenson Union now stands once housed an infirmary. The guard leading our tour shared a chilling personal encounter during its construction. One night, he and a colleague noticed figures in white coats running near the foundation pit. Thinking it was students playing a prank, they gave chase. But as they approached, they watched as the figures ran straight across the pit, defying gravity, and disappeared into the night. Churchill Hall's second-floor auditorium has been the subject of many ghost stories. Its control booth is especially infamous. Working in campus mail services, I often cut through the auditorium on my route, but I always avoided looking up at the booth. The air in the room was definitely charged, as though someone or something was always watching. And then there's the Plunkett Center, the most haunted building on campus. The third floor in particular is notorious. A ghost there seems to have a knack for mischief, ensuring all computer work is saved before 5 p.m. Otherwise, the computers shut off automatically. The guard shared a story of a late afternoon meeting in the third-floor conference room. As the meeting dragged past 5 p.m., the clock chimed, and strange things began to happen. At one end of the long table sat a soda can. Slowly, it began to slide across the table. Everyone stopped speaking, their eyes fixed on the moving can. It reached the other end, paused, and then reversed direction, sliding back. As the can passed by the security guard, he slammed his hand down on it. The meeting ended immediately, everyone too shaken to continue. My own encounter with the Plunkett Center was brief but unsettling. One foggy evening, my RA Laura and I, both photography enthusiasts, took some friends, Lisa and May, to photograph the campus. We ended up outside Plunkett, hoping to capture its eerie facade. Laura had May pose on the front steps, while Lisa and I positioned ourselves further down the slope. As I framed the shot, I saw it, a bright green flash from one of the windows near May. It wasn't a camera flash. None of us used flashes, and there was no way it came from passing traffic on Siskiyou Boulevard. The flash was otherworldly, and it sent chills down my spine. We left shortly after. I don't even remember if I told the others what I saw. Even now, I can't walk by those buildings without remembering the stories, or the feeling that something unseen might be watching. When I was about 13, I lived in a big house that was only about a mile removed from civilization, but surrounded by thick forest. It felt more remote than it was. There were no sidewalks and no streetlights, so it was never what you would call trick-or-treat friendly. It was too far of a walk on winding, hilly, pitch-black roads between homes. Most kids from our neighborhood went into the crowded downtown on Halloween. We were so rarely bothered by outsiders that many of our neighbors didn't even bother buying candy. A ringing doorbell would come as a genuine surprise. It did ring, though, a couple of times. Mostly early in the night by neighborhood kids who wanted us to see their costumes before they headed off to town. We'd hand out treats and admire their ingenuity, and then lock up and settle in for the night. On this Halloween, we went through the process of turning off the lights and making sure everything was secure. It was somewhere between 11 p.m. and midnight, long after trick-or-treating hours. Our Cocker Spaniel was whining, so we opened the front door to let him out one last time. The door swung open, and a full-grown man in a clown costume, complete with a grotesque mask, was standing silently on the front porch. Our dog saw the enormous clown shoes first, as his head slowly raised to take in the baggy striped pants, the cartoonish necktie, and finally, the hideous face. His haunches slowly lowered, and he peed a giant puddle on the floor. Terror-stricken, my parents slammed and locked the door. They raced through the house, making sure every door and window was locked. Then they peeped out from behind the living room curtain for several agonizing minutes until the clown turned and walked into the darkness. I honestly can't remember if they called the police. If I had been in their place, I would have. Why was he there? He was too old for trick-or-treating. He hadn't rung the doorbell. He hadn't knocked. He just stood on our porch without a word, staring at the door. We'd only seen him by chance when we let the dog out. What were his plans? He'd arrived on foot in full costume and never made a sound. We never saw if he had a weapon. Why would he do that? If he were some teenager getting an ill-advised thrill out of frightening the literal piss out of the locals, would he have been so patient as to wait in utter silence in front of a door that might not open? He was undoubtedly menacing, but the fact that it was happening on Halloween night introduced a dangerous level of self-doubt to our reactions. Were we overreacting? Is it normal for a man in a clown suit to stand staring at your front door on the off chance that you'll open it during the night? It would be years before I saw a few horror movies in which an unsuspecting family was stalked and tortured by people who arrived unannounced and masked at their homes in the dead of the night. My experience with the clown added a rich dimension of recognition and horror that I'd been much happier without. Those films gave me nightmares for months, and last winter, long after Halloween, we were returning home from a trip, driving along dark and utterly desolate country roads, when suddenly the headlights illuminated a man standing in a ditch. He was facing us and waved at us as if he were expecting us all along. He had this almost cartoonish hair and makeup, looking like a genuine cartoon character. He had a guitar slung across his back. A guitar. He was dressed in a country western costume. You'd almost think that he was returning home from a gig and his car was broken down. The trouble with that explanation was that there was only soybean fields for miles. No little towns, no bars. We hadn't passed any stranded vehicles, and we wouldn't pass another car, operational or otherwise, until we got to the next town, 20 miles away. Still, that self-doubt kicks in. Was he hitchhiking? Was he signaling for help? No, that's the thing. He was standing in the ditch, pointed towards us as if he'd known that we were coming, with a wide smile of greeting spread across his heavily made-up face, and a leisurely wave to us as we passed. It was a friendly hello wave, not a call for help. That I'm absolutely sure of. There was no urgency in his demeanor at all. It was a ditch, in the pitch black of night, in a soybean field, so far in the middle of nowhere that there were no other cars for miles. It was so unsettling at the time that we sped off. We had a young child in the car to protect. The scene was so bizarre that we began to think we'd hallucinated it. When I got home, I told a friend of mine about it, a news director for a radio station in the area. He quickly sent me a screen cap of a dispatch report. 2 motorists advised police of a heavily made-up man with a guitar jumping from a ditch into the road and running at the cars. So, apparently we didn't hallucinate him. It does terrify me beyond reason to think that not only do people wander in the darkness like this, but no one knows their true intentions or whether or not they're harmless. But there are apparently so many of them out there that one person, me, has had 2 late-night run-ins. Who else is out there? What are their plans? Do they rely on the Halloween second-guessing to take advantage of our split-second indecision? About 25 years ago, when I was only 7, my family and I visited my cousin and her family in Sacramento on a Saturday. They lived in an apartment right next to a cemetery, with an elementary school right behind the apartment complex. This was definitely located in a rough neighborhood. My cousin, who was about the same age as me, brought me and my older brother to the school's playground. My brother brought a basketball and played at the courts by himself, and I was playing on the structure with my cousin. Randomly, my cousin said that she had to run home, with no explanation whatsoever. She just took off. For some reason, I didn't question her or decide to follow her. I just sat on the structure next to the slide. Then I heard what sounded like 2 voices, one on each side of my ears, grunting at me. I felt the presence, almost like the voices came from 2 people standing on either side of me. My heart dropped. I wanted to faint. I screamed for my brother, who was playing on the courts, and before I can even tell him what's going on, he started sprinting off. I ran after him with my shoes halfway on. When we ran back to my cousin's house, my brother said he started running because he heard constant banging against the school bungalow and angry grunting voices chasing after him. We went upstairs to look for my cousin, and when we entered her room, she was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, staring off into space. We screamed her name, and she just slowly turned her head to look at us. She looked like she'd been drugged and just mumbled something to us. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, so we just left her room. My brother and I then told our parents and aunts and uncles what happened to us. They just laughed it off. When it was around dinner time, we all gathered around the dinner table, and my cousin came out of her room from upstairs, acting normal again, like nothing happened. My brother and I remember everything to this day. We've reminded our cousin of that day numerous times, and she cannot remember anything. We brought it up to her a couple months ago, and still, she didn't recall ever taking us to that school. I don't know if she was just so scared that she tried to shut that part out of her memory. She always seemed slightly annoyed every time we'd bring it up, or if she truly cannot remember. It was definitely one of the scariest moments I've ever experienced. Last January, I was between jobs and had just recently had a daughter who was at the time about 5 months old. My husband had been working through my pregnancy but lost his job. We were living at my mom's house. I have an education in psychology and some experience as a counselor, so I was looking for the best I could get. But the best I could find right away was a job working as a paraprofessional in a special education department of an elementary school in a nearby suburb. The position was unique to COVID times, being that they needed someone to just sit around the computer room while kids did speech therapy over Zoom. Don't get me started on how terrible virtual speech therapy is, but anyway, my job was to just walk around the school, back and forth between the classrooms and the computer room, picking up kids, taking them to the Zoom room, sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the kid, taking them back, picking up the next batch. I was overqualified, we'll say. Some days of the week were scheduled tightly, and other days of the week I routinely had just 2 appointments. The school was a ginormous horseshoe shape, housing 700 elementary school children. I was located all the way at the far back of one side in the pre-K wing. It could take 15 minutes to walk all the way across the building and back when the kids I was picking up were in the older grades. Every day I would make this walk. In the middle of the school, across from the front office, I would always notice and try to ignore this strange rag doll. It was made with construction paper over its face and showcased in a display case. No bad vibes from it, but it just seemed out of place and random. It was there the entire 5 months I worked there, never changing or having added to its case. Onward, weird things happened in the computer room where I worked. The doors in the school use a key to lock from both the inside and outside. The doors do not lock automatically. You absolutely 100% have to manually lock them with a key. We are technically supposed to lock rooms when we leave them empty throughout the day, but no one ever did. So I just left my door unlocked when I went to get the kids. I would go to get a kid in pre-K, so they'd be literally 2 classrooms away, less than a minute to pick them up. My door would be locked by the time I returned. Sometimes I'd be gone longer, but sometimes that's all it would take, 60 seconds. I messed around with this door in my free time, trying to figure out why or how it was locking. And the only conclusion that I could come up with was that someone was manually locking it when I was gone. I asked the janitor that was always around. He said no. I asked if it could lock itself. He said no. So, I came to the conclusion that someone was fucking with me, trying to teach me a lesson for not locking my door or something, passive-aggressively. Well, I don't play that. So I texted my boss, the vice principal, asked to come talk to her when she had time. I explained the situation to her. She said she was sure that no one would do something like that, but she would have maintenance look at the door, and that was the end of it. I come back after the weekend, the door is broken, like off the kilter of its hinges, so it won't shut all the way at all. Guess locking on its own won't be a problem anymore. That school didn't have security cameras in the halls. I wonder if they had any video of me pushing the doorknob down to check that it was unlocked before walking off, returning, and it being locked. Anyway, after that, There was a day where I went to get a kid out of his classroom in the pre-K wing by my office, but they switched the schedule up that day, so the class wasn't in there. I shrugged it off, went to pick up the other kid that also sat in there for this block, then came back. There was another paraprofessional watching her own kids in the playroom nearby, so I asked her if she knew where the other class would be right now. She said she didn't know, but that she thought that she'd seen a kid run in there. Might have been going to use the bathroom. I said okay, went back into the empty classroom. I have the other little kid with me at this point, and there's a bathroom in the back of the class, but it's open. I walk over there, confused, check the room, even look behind the door. There's no kid. I shrug my shoulders at the other little one and begin walking back towards the exit of the room. The bathroom door slams shut behind me. The other little kid jumped out of his skin. I tried to remain calm. The other paraprofessional nearby sees us out in the hallway, peering into the empty classroom, presumably looking very puzzled and freaked out. She asks if the kid was in there. No, but the door slammed behind me when I was walking out. I trailed off, looking down at the kiddo with me, who's looking back up at me with his eyes wide as ever. Probably just the wind, I say. The other para kinda looks at me crazy but shrugs it off, keeps about her business. The kid I was with, I shit you not, whispers, "It was a ghost." And of course I say, No, I'm sure it was just because I messed with the door. You know, the obvious. So, incident blown off. A couple weeks pass by, and I'm in the empty computer room working on art for the walls. It's Wednesday, so it's an early day for pre-K, and all the littles have gone home while the real teachers are in a staff meeting. Someone knocks at my office door. Mind you, the door no longer shuts all the way, so I figure that they don't want to barge in. I get up from my desk 5 feet away and open the door. No one's there. I look down the hallway. No one's there. I go sit back down, more annoyed than anything, and it happens again. At this point, I'm kind of fed up. I do practice witchcraft and have been doing so seriously for more than 16 years, but I have no mediumship abilities or anything like that. I don't deal with ghosts and spirits in my practice, but that's the reason I'm not scared at this point. I ask the janitor if the place is haunted. Man, this guy doesn't skip a beat when he says, "Oh yeah, Rodney." Rodney? Yeah, they say a little boy died here. They named the doll across the office after him. What the fuck? I asked my supervisor about it and she says, "Oh yeah, they told you about Rodney, huh?" I'm like, yeah, well, that could have been in your ad. Okay, so at this point I've become acquaintances with the school librarian. I ask her about what's going on as well. She says all kinds of people have weird experiences. Night janitors have had things move on their own. One time, the top principal had an alarm go off, showing that someone was down in the basement at 3 a.m. But none of the outside doors had gone off. I guess another time was over spring break. The doll across from the office got ripped up in the display case. His head was laying on the ground, which is why he had a construction paper head now. There were no staff or students around when that happened. Another staff member never believed in ghosts until she saw a little boy run into a classroom and disappear. I guess that's about the extent of things that happened to me there, but I became fascinated. Some staff knew of the ghost, some had never heard anything. Mostly staff who worked on my side of the building had experiences. The other side of the building seemed like a whole other world, totally normal, no ghosts over there. I became the weird ghost girl, I'm sure, always asking people if they'd seen anything. I am not the person to pretend like something's going on, so as to not stir the pot. Of course, I never let the kiddos hear me talking about it. No one other than the janitor seemed to have heard of anyone dying at the school. The people who had heard of the ghost or had experiences did have theories. One day I asked a paraprofessional from another school in the district because at a meeting she mentioned that she herself attended the elementary school where I worked. She didn't know anything about a ghost, but she did say that while she attended, a boy died at school, in the wing where I worked. He had the flu, and his heart gave out. It's actually a very sad story. She could corroborate. She said that they hung drawings of his up in the hallway to commemorate him. Sure enough, among the plaques, there's a framed picture of a swimming hole in a mountain in memory of Ernie, not Rodney. I found a much, much better job, and I quit during summer vacation. But I did tell Ernie, in the silence of the computer room in the last week of school, that if he wanted, he could cross over, and that he didn't have to be stuck at the school. I even had a sacred place out in the country where I believe the veil is thin and that he's welcome to come there with me. Like I said, no psychic abilities here, so no idea if he got the message. But I did drive out there on the last day and put a birdhouse out for Ernie. I hope he's doing well. In 2004, my parents moved us from the East Coast to the Gulf Coast, and I started 7th grade at a new school. I talked differently, dressed differently, and overall didn't impress the popular girls, or anyone for that matter. If someone bothered speaking to me, it was only to make fun of my accent. By the second week, I'd learned to stay small and keep to myself. When you remove yourself from all social dynamics and become purely a spectator, you learn a lot. I quickly identified who was friends with who had crushes, and who secretly hated their best friend. Then there was Brady, the invisible boy. I envied him most of all. He didn't have to play politics, avoid bullies, or fear the bathrooms. No one stared at him or pointed. It was like he didn't exist. I didn't even notice that we sat next to each other in second period until he randomly asked to borrow a pen. I didn't expect to get it back, but he returned it the next day. A while later, he borrowed it again, and this kept on to the point that we made jokes about how he should just keep it. Little by little, we would talk more until I felt like I was making a real friend. We ate at different lunchtimes, and we didn't have any other classes together, so I would look for him in the hall. There would be glimpses of him from a distance, but every time I tried to make my way over, he'd be gone when I got there. It was starting to seem like he was avoiding me on purpose, so I finally said something in class. Brady said he never saw me and asked me to meet him behind the cafeteria after school, and then he never showed. The next day, he wasn't in class. He didn't come back until sometime the following week. I asked him what had happened, but he just ignored me. And then I noticed there were dark rings around his eyes, and he looked like something bad had happened. So I left him alone. I watched him all through class. I saw a dark, matted clump of hair on the back of his head. It looked like he was hurt. His clothes were covered in dirt and torn, like he'd slept outside. I couldn't believe the teacher hadn't said something to him. Did she really not notice? I tried asking if he was okay, but I did it too loud, and the whole class turned to look at us. I stared at Brady, hoping he would say something, hoping the teacher would see him and help. But then one of the popular girls said, "Oh my God, she's talking to her imaginary friend again." And everyone started laughing hard. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and made a horrendously embarrassing speech about how awful they all were. Crying definitely made it worse, but that's a different kind of childhood trauma. The kind of trauma that comes from a teacher taking you into the hallway to explain that your only friend wasn't real is a whole world of messed up into itself. There was no Brady in that class, no Brady in my grade. That desk had apparently been empty all year. I freaked out so bad that my parents were called to pick me up. My mom made me wait in the car while she talked to the principal. A few days and a therapy session later, my mom told me what they talked about. Sometime in the 90s, a similar incident happened where a kid thought that he'd made a friend named Brady. He was so insistent that our principal, still a teacher back then, looked into it, found old articles where a student named Brady had died. His mom was an addict, and Brady used to run to the school when she became violent. He'd sneak into the cafeteria and stay the night. One day, she chased after him, caught up with him in the parking lot. He tried to make it to the door, but she ran him over before he could reach it. He died still pinned beneath her tire. She was so out of it that she didn't even realize she killed him until the next morning. My schedule was changed, so I didn't have the same second period anymore. I guess the teachers hoped that it would help avoid another incident, and I guess it did. The other kids gave me hell for as long as I attended that school, but I only saw Brady a handful of times after that, and I was really careful to avoid showing it. I didn't need to add any fuel to the fire. To my knowledge, that was the only ghost I've ever had contact with, but who knows? Either way, I'm fine believing that he was my only one. I was always afraid of the sixth sense. I have no need to live it. My friend used to be a janitor at a university. One night, he's finishing cleaning up the bathrooms and he's just about to leave. He hears one of the toilets flush. He tries to think nothing much of it and continues on working. About 30 minutes later, he's closing up one of the classrooms and he notices something from the corner of his eye. Looks like someone walking across the hall, going from one room quickly to another. He goes over and checks the rooms just to make sure nobody was breaking in. And of course, they're empty. He's been working there for years, so he just moves on. As he walks back past the bathroom again, he hears a loud slam coming from inside, like someone slamming the stall. He then hears the bathroom flush one more time. The brave guy goes back in there to see what's up, and of course, it's empty. Way later on, as his shift finishes, he walks to the lot where his car is. He feels like something's watching him. He turns around to check, and he swears he saw some sort of figure in the distance quickly hide away. He worked there for another few years, but oddly enough, that was his only story. I work at a preschool that's in a very old Catholic school building. We're not a Catholic school or affiliated with the church at all. We just rent the building from the church. But we are on the church grounds and right next door to a cemetery. It's still a functioning cemetery, but it dates back to the early 1800s. So anyway, in the 1950s, the school building was the Catholic school. It's a fairly small building with a large gymnasium. It has a stage for performances and other things. And during the 50s, an 8-year-old girl suffered a brain aneurysm in the parking lot and died on the spot. She's buried in the cemetery next door. She's one of the ghosts that's there, and we call her Mary. Now, every person that I know that's ever worked here has had some sort of experience with at least one of the spirits, but it's mainly Mary. A few years back, when we did bus service for the kids, we had a lady bus driver. Once she would get to the school and the kids would go to class, she'd go into the break room, read the newspaper, and have breakfast. One day, she came out of the break room and something caught her eye, so she turned to look. And sitting on a low shelf in the hallway was a girl with a long light-colored dress on and long hair, and she suddenly vanished. This particular woman was so moved by seeing the spirit that she instantly called her mother to tell her that she saw her guardian angel that day. I've personally had toys move around the room during nap time. I've heard kids running around and laughing on the stage when the gym is dark and the stage curtains are drawn. One time when I was the opener and was there at 6:30 a.m. with 3 kids for the day, I had the kids with me in the office to make coloring page copies. I heard footsteps with keys jingling coming down the hallway. I poked my head out to see if someone was coming into the building, but no one was there. I could clearly hear the steps and the jingling get closer, then go past the doorway of the office, and then they would just stop in front of the janitor closet. About 6 months before this happened, the janitor of the school who had worked there for over 15 years had passed away. I like to think it was them, just there to do their job like they always did. I've counted extra feet in bathroom stalls when counting the kids. Other ladies have seen a girl spinning in circles, singing in a room that no one was in and the lights were off. One time, another lady was opening for the day, and she'd just gotten to the school. It was winter, so it was still pretty dark at 6:15. She got into the building, and she'd started opening the classroom up when she heard a loud noise coming from the office, like someone knocked something over. So she went into the class, locked the door, called the director, who told her to get out of the building and call the police. So that's what she did. The police came, go into the office, do a full sweep of the school, and they confirm there's no one in the building. But they ask her to come into the office. When she gets to the office, there's paperwork, books, folders, everything, all over the place. She said it looked like someone had gone in there and just threw everything from the desk all over. No one could understand what had happened. Another time, we had a tornado actually touch down on the roof of the school, tearing that section of the roof clean off. No one was hurt. Everyone in the school was able to get to safety before it touched. For a solid week prior to this happening, the director kept seeing the old father of the church, who'd passed away years ago, all over the school. Once the tornado hit, she said she believed that he was coming there to warn everyone of the upcoming events and trying to protect his school. At my school, we've watched kids play and speak to someone or something that isn't there. One time, a girl around 4 years old played and pretended to feed someone who wasn't there, holding a full conversation by herself, and during it, she kept looking up at the ceiling and then back down in front of her. It went on for a good 30 minutes. When we asked her who she was playing with, she just said totally normal and pointed. My friend. Most recently in my room, I have a special needs kid who's mostly nonverbal. He does speak, but not too much unless he really wants to. The other day, we had the door to the classroom open, and he kept walking in front of it and stopping to look out at something. So I asked him, "Hey buddy, what are you looking at out there?" He turns to me and says, clear as day, "There's a ghost right there, and it's scary." I asked him, "Where did you see the ghost?" He says, "Out there, on the ceiling." Everyone who works there knows of the spirits who stay there, and they've all said that it's never been scary. A little spooky sometimes, but never scary. You just learn to work with them and around them if need be. And if I ever open or close the building, I'm always sure to say hello to them when I walk in and goodbye when I leave. I used to work at a bowling alley, a real relic of a bygone era. Creaky floors and the faint smell of stale popcorn embedded in its walls. The place always had a strange vibe at night, especially when I was the one closing up. I never paid too much attention to it, at least not until one night. It was late, just past midnight. The last customers had long gone. I hadn't even had a chance to turn my music on yet, so the eerie silence seemed to echo off the polished lanes. I went through my usual routine, locking the doors, shutting off the arcade games, and finally flipping the switch to turn off the overhead lights. The place fell into near darkness, save for the faint glow of the exit signs. I was just about to grab my keys and head out when I heard it. The unmistakable hum of a lane powering on. My stomach tightened. There was no mistaking that sound. The sound was distinct, followed by the mechanical clatter of the pin setter coming to life. I turned around, and sure enough, One of the lanes at the far end was lit up like it was ready for a game. The thing is, the lanes don't turn on by themselves. Each one has a manual switch hidden behind a curtain in the back. I stared at the glowing lane for a moment, half expecting to see someone step out of the shadows. But the place was empty, or so I thought. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I flipped the main lights back on, and I started walking down the aisle towards the back. The air felt heavier every time I took a step, like the silence was kind of pressing down on me. I reached the curtain. I was about to step through it when the lane shut off just as suddenly as it had come on. The silence that followed was suffocating. For a moment I just stood there, staring at the now dark lane, trying to make sense of what had just happened. A chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was there. But still, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a power surge, maybe a malfunction. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I considered going behind the lanes to check the switches, but something about the oppressive stillness made me hesitate, and I guess I've always learned to trust my gut. It was like the darkness beyond the curtain was waiting for me, and not in a good way. The next day, I told my boss what had happened. He laughed it off, dismissing it as a figment of my imagination. No cameras, no proof, he said. I could tell that he thought I was just tired, maybe looking for an excuse to leave early, but it didn't stop there. A week later, while closing up again, I heard the faint thud of a ball rolling down a lane. The sound sent a jolt of fear through me, and I spun around to see a single ball sitting in the gutter of the same lane that had turned on before. Only this time, I knew I hadn't left any equipment out. I didn't stick around to investigate. I grabbed my stuff and I left as fast as I could, locking the doors behind me. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone behind the curtain. And sometimes, late at night, I would think about the bowling alley, about the strange energy and how it felt, not being alone. I would wonder about the things that went on when no one was around. And I couldn't help but wonder if something or someone was actually trying to get my attention. Or worse, trying to lure me into something. So this happened at work the day before I had a 3-day vacation. Now that I'm going back tonight, I've been trying to debunk what happened in any way I can. Because I don't really believe in the paranormal. I know it's got to be psychosomatics, that I'm just spooking myself out. But I've been working at this gas station near Raleigh coming up on 4 years. There's a tavern across the street that used to be called Flips, and when I was a kid, it was known to be frequented by an MC of violent bikers. The club was extorting the owner while using the bar after hours as a central meeting spot for a few of their smaller chapters around North Carolina. All their Harleys used to be parked outside when my school bus drove by, and there were always 2 or 3 of the club's members standing outside, smoking and joking in their vests. All the boys thought they were so cool. They would press their faces against the glass and yell about what motorcycle they thought was faster. We'd pass by Flips every day on our way home from school. Then, one afternoon, a bunch of armored or bulletproof trucks, FBI, came into town with a search warrant for the bar. The bikers had no choice but to let the agents enter and look around. Usually when a search warrant is involved, that means your establishment is about to get turned upside down. But the agents knew what they were looking for and didn't waste their time smashing bottles or flipping the billiard tables. As soon as they gained access to the property, the armed agents went straight to the basement door. The door's only line of defense was a combination lock that bolt cutters made quick work of. None of the bikers move as 2 of the agents raise their firearms and begin walking down the stairs into the dark basement. There were no ground-level windows. Besides their flashlights, they were in the pitch black down there. Most of the other agents waited upstairs, making sure that nobody came in or out of the bar. Then, A walkie-talkie chirps. Yep, we've located it. Round 'em up. There's not much out here in terms of entertainment, so when the 15-16 bikers were hauled from that bar, the whole town was all standing outside, gawking like hens. Me and my friend included. As they were getting marched out, all of the men either looked completely irate or completely confused. There was no in between. And remember this, because it would all make sense a few days later, when my dad's reading the morning paper. In a nutshell, this biker gang was used to getting raided by agents, but most of the time they were getting raided or harassed by the ATF. The gang had no clue why the FBI was knocking down their door. They weren't faking their confusion. They really didn't know what the agents found in the basement until interrogation started. And that's when each of the men were pulled into separate rooms, accused of murdering 3 backpackers. Their remains, along with their backpacking equipment, were all found in a shallow pit, one that had been dug in the basement of the bar. It was hidden under thin wooden boards and a carpet. With all of the men separated, they weren't able to corroborate stories together, yet each of them all reacted with aggression, defending their innocence. Not only their innocence, but a prideful assertion that their MC would never target a group of helpless backpackers. Besides the bodies having literally been discovered at their bar, they had no other evidence that they could pin any of the members to these murders with. So eventually, they had to let them all go. The bar remained closed while the investigation continued. After months go by and the FBI brings in someone else for questioning, this time it's the right guy. Come to find out that it was the owner of the bar that had murdered those backpackers. Because the MC had been extorting him, the FBI thought that he was part of the gang. When it somehow came up that they were just extorting him for the bar, the FBI decided to set up another group, specifically to investigate this guy. And not only did they link those backpackers to him, they were also able to link him to a few other open cases south of Highway 40. Yeah, apparently the owner of the bar was some sort of serial killer. So that's a thing. Decades pass, and after the deeds passed around to a few optimistic owners, the bar is eventually abandoned, left to decay while nature grows and slowly obstructs its view from the street and from the gas station I work at. Now, last Thursday I was scheduled to work 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. That night, my shift started as typical would be. This gas station is pretty tucked away from the highway. I'll see only a handful of people that night, most of which are just getting gas and don't even come into the store. Generally, to cure my boredom, I'm probably more attentive to the hot food rack than needs to be, but that's why our customers always get the freshest food. And I won't lie or give the name of my actual employer when I admit that I play a lot of games on my phone. The front of the building has 2 giant windows, and as I was leaning on the counter progressing through one of these games, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk by on their way towards the door. I quickly raced to wrap up the task that I was doing on my phone to a save point. By the time the customer came in, it took longer than expected, and internally I felt time running before they walked in. When I heard the door chime and automatic doors slide, I was going to have to drop my phone no matter what to greet the customer. But after a few more seconds came and went, I realized the doors hadn't been activated yet. Less than a second after that, I was able to save my game, pocket my phone. Wondering if I was mistaken about seeing someone walk up, I look over to the door, and there is in fact a man standing there. The sight of him made my knees kind of weak because I wasn't expecting it. He was just standing outside the glass doors, staring in, and not at me. His stare was straightforward, like one of those 1,000-yard stares. Again, the front doors are automatic and they slide open when a person's standing in front of them. But in this case, they weren't opening for him. Thinking the 2 glass doors might be stuck or something, I hurried around the cashier's counter to see what I could do. But as I got close to the doors, The chime went off and both doors slid open like normal. Grateful the issue had resolved itself, I started to walk back to the counter, and then I'm like, wait, I'm right here. I should turn around and greet them or something. Say the door doesn't usually do that. I don't know. Anything would have been better than turning my back on them without a word or even a smile. I swing back around holding a smile on my face, and I notice that the man hasn't come inside yet. He's still standing frozen, staring off into nothing. Looked to be in his 30s, brown, shaggy mullet, goatee. He was not dressed for the winter weather, by any means, but he didn't look dirty, malnourished, or hurt. Quite the contrary. He was actually quite good-looking. He was wearing a blue tank top and cargo shorts, with big brown hiking boots. I say welcome to such-and-such gas station, and his expressionless gaze slowly shifts to make eye contact with me. Then he says, "May I come in?" It was such a weird question to ask me. I felt like an old merchantime peddler when I responded something like, of course, what do ye travels require?" This guy walks past me into the store, ignoring my question, and I go back behind the counter with my head held in shame. What do ye travels require? Geez. I never had been smooth with the other gender, but that was a new low that I hadn't felt yet. So I'm organizing cigarette cartons, checking on the hot food, basically doing anything to keep my mind distracted. So I stopped replaying, "What do ye travels require?" over and over in my head. And soon, everything's organized. Not a vape is out of place. Not a hot dog is overcooked. I haven't seen this guy since he entered. The gas station isn't huge. I should be able to see most, if not all, of this guy's head while he's in the aisles. But there's no sign of him. The store is quiet, too, and the doors hadn't reactivated since I was standing there. It all starts to feel really sketchy, really fast. The hairs on my arm stand on end, and a gut feeling tells me to grab the bat from under the counter. We have a small TV next to the register. It cycles through our live security camera feed, and I closely examine them as each one pops up. This guy is nowhere to be found. With the bat firmly in my hand, I had no other choice but to do a few laps around the aisles myself. There were a few blind spots the cameras couldn't pick up. I checked those places first before doing a lap around the shelves. I couldn't believe it. There would have been no way that he could have snuck past me. Certainly not without triggering the front door. That was unless he snuck into the back somehow. I was confident he hadn't exited out the door behind the cashier's table. But there was another back freezer area behind the drinks that someone could possibly get into. That would have taken them sliding the entire milk rack out of its case, then pulling it back manually while standing completely undetected. It felt absurd, but there were no other places to check. It's a struggle pulling the metal rack out by myself, and the whole time it's loudly clinging as I push it back and forth, and no surprise, the guy wasn't hiding in the freezer. I was in disbelief that I was once again alone in the gas station. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. At around 2 a.m, I locked up the doors of the store and go into the back room behind the counter. It's where the security camera recording equipment is, and the computers. If my manager would have shown up and found the doors locked, I would have lost my job. But this disturbed me enough to take the risk. I'm not a computer whiz by any means, so it took me a few minutes to figure out how to replay the footage from earlier. When I finally do, I'm nervous that I could have messed up the video somehow when I was tinkering with it, because when I finally rolled the footage back far enough, I watched the 6 different recordings from the cameras inside the store and outside, pressing start before I'd put my phone away. None of the angles showed the man coming up to the store. The camera inside that faces the front door shows me walking up to the sliding glass doors and them opening, but I can't understand how it didn't capture the hiker guy in any of the digital files. In every camera angle, it looks like I'm having a conversation with myself. Then, running around the store like a lunatic with a bat, I played the footage back almost endlessly. There was a chilling void where the man had been. My heart was racing as I watched myself approach the doors over and over. I just couldn't believe there was no one there, no trace of the stranger. Had I imagined it all? That didn't feel safe or possible. As I left the gas station that morning, the silence around me was louder than any conversation I'd ever had. The mask of calm that I'd worn all night, it had cracked. The air outside, it was heavy. I remember rushing to my car like I was being followed, trying to shake off the unease and even fumbling for my keys. My glances darted around, looking for any sign of that stranger, any hint that I wasn't as alone as it looked. I took a deep breath and got in my car. I locked the doors, and somehow it made me feel safer. I pulled out of the parking lot, but that unsettling feeling just wouldn't leave. It felt stupid, but I couldn't shake off the thought that I'd be coming back to this place in just a few days. What if he showed up again? What if he was just lurking around? As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, really expecting to see him just standing there, expressionless like before. But all I saw was darkness. A chill ran down my spine as I turned the corner, knowing I'd have to make my way back to that gas station soon. And now, soon is now. I just really hope that nothing or no one is waiting for me. I work in a prison. When I was new, I was working overtime one night in a housing unit that has seen a lot of death. It was well after midnight, and all of the offenders were supposed to be in their cells. Since this was a medium security prison, the offenders still had access to leave their cells to use the communal bathroom at night. When I was going in for the 2 a.m. count, I watched an offender walk down the stairs from the second level and into the bathroom. I stood at the entrance to the bathroom and yelled in to ask them what cell they were in so that I could add an extra body to that cell for my count, but I got no answer. I then walked into the bathroom and searched everywhere, but found absolutely no one. I told one of my coworkers about what had happened, and the first thing they asked me was he tall and skinny with long dreads? And he had been. When I answered yes, I was told, "That's Mr. Bones. He killed himself a few years ago, but he still hangs around." I still get goosebumps when I think about it. Okay, I'm going to tell you about my night shift at the county morgue. We aren't a huge place, but we always have at least 5 or 10 bodies at any given time. I'm sure you've seen the cold storage cabinets on TV, those things. At first, it's kind of creepy, but you can adjust to anything. My first week, I didn't want to eat in that same room, but by the end of my first month, I was eating my sandwiches 5 feet away from bodies. It's just what happens. One night, we got a John Doe. The body was found in the woods, and animals had started feeding on him. The damage was extensive. We determined he was out there for at least a week. As you can imagine, it was hard to look at, even when you've built up a tolerance. After storing him in cold 6, I snuck outside for a snack. When I came back, I heard what I thought was moaning. It was low, grunty. The storage cabinets were divided into 3 sections, and it was coming from where I put the John Doe. He was the only one in that section. My first thought was that the poor guy was still alive. I rushed over and pulled him out. Once I saw him again, I knew how ridiculous that was. You can't get any more dead than that guy. Most of his insides were gone. By then, the moaning had stopped, so I put him back. It didn't take long to convince myself that I was hearing things, but I was still spooked. There was a lot of paperwork stacking up on the desk, though. So I put in some headphones and stayed busy until the morning shift relieved me. That evening, a detective came to my house, asked me about my shift. He wanted to know every detail, if I left at any point, if I saw or heard anything unusual. I was so thrown off it didn't occur to me to mention the moaning. I thought that someone had tampered with evidence or leaked information. I was trying not to look crazy. Technically, I wasn't supposed to leave to get food, but everyone does it. After a while, I decided it would be better to admit leaving than risk looking complicit in evidence tampering, so I confessed everything, down to the silly moaning and listening to music for the rest of the night. Sure enough, that's what he wanted. The interrogation was finally over, and then I heard nothing else for almost 8 hours. I spent the rest of the evening before my shift wondering, was I going to get fired when I tried to go in? Then, my boss was waiting for me at the entrance, and I knew I was in trouble. She wanted to talk in the cafeteria, steered me away from the morgue. Now, it might be a little late to mention that this story is not for the faint of heart. When we sat down, my boss asked how well I knew a security guard, who we'll call Edgar. He was a nice guy, I said, early 40s, always said hey, asked how you were doing, but that's all I knew. We never spoken past basic pleasantries, so I told her that. She then went on to say that his body was found in our cold storage that afternoon. It was a crazy couple of days, and even if it was only for a moment, I was a murder suspect. Thankfully, the surveillance and autopsy cleared me pretty quickly. The cameras tracked me to the cafeteria while they showed Edgar entering the morgue. Certain evidence would suggest that he had crawled into our storage lockers for unsavory reasons. The leading assumption is that I came back sooner than he expected. When he heard me open John Doe's cabinet, he got quiet, so I wouldn't catch him. He was directly below John. Now, when I closed John back up, the doors are kind of hard to shut, so you gotta put some weight behind it. I remember feeling the one below his click, too. People left them partially open all the time, just because you don't realize you need that final click. Basically, I locked him in there. The doors can't be opened from inside. I did kill that man. Everyone said it wasn't my fault. I didn't get into trouble or anything, but I did put on those headphones because I've seen too many horror movies. I didn't want to think about a zombie apocalypse. I probably would have heard him struggling, if not for those headphones. He ripped his fingernails off trying to claw his way out, and I was listening to Taylor Swift. One night I was working in our dairy cooler with another worker, when out of the corner of my eye I caught movement. I looked up and watched someone walking past the large window that looked out into the main aisle. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but the store was closed and locked up. Plus, we were the only ones that worked the night shift. But I asked if he saw it too. He just casually says, "Yeah, someone just walked past the cooler." So I go running out to see what's going on, who it is, and why they're in the store. But no one's there. I did a whole perimeter check too. I couldn't find a single person anywhere in the store. My car was the only one in the parking lot. My coworker didn't even drive. And all the doors were still locked. Not another living person in the entire store but us. I think the funniest thing is that my coworker was never fazed by it and couldn't really care less, while I, on the other hand, was completely freaked out by it. And I've never gotten an explanation. As a security guard, I've definitely seen some creepy things. Nothing flashy like you'd see in a movie, sadly. Any of the stuff that happens is usually a mundane maintenance issue, steam leaks, failing equipment, old pipes, etc. Quirks of the building also come into play. Faint pops and clicks, strange smells of unknown. all normal. What does happen that makes a guard like me get shaky, even after 5 years in the same buildings, are the things that defy explanation after weeks of research and consultations. Things that happen when I'm the only living thing in the building and the cameras outside confirm there's not a single person in 500 meters around me. Things like the booming laughter of a jovial man coming from the security hallway at 3 a.m. Whistle or hum a tune in the first floor gallery. Sometimes, if you stop mid-phrase, an answering whistle will finish the tune from the balcony above you. The distinctive scent of marijuana smoke filling a room like someone's been smoking in there for hours. It fills the room in seconds, lasts a while, and disappears just as suddenly. The cameras are set to record whenever they detect motion. A couple of corridors, including the one outside security, record the minimum 3 seconds constantly throughout both day and night. Like the hall is continuously traversed by unseen people. The facial recognition boxes were turned off by request of former guards years ago, because the system was trying to recognize faces of unseen persons going in and out of the security office. This would happen every couple of minutes. Shadows of people walking across cameras as you watch them, but never set off the recording software. At first, I thought these were pareidolia, effects brought on by fatigue or hallucination. Because yes, that does happen too. But this is specifically when fully awake and focusing on a single camera, and a shadow passes by. Like there's someone backlit, walking just out of frame. Conversations. The sound is clear, but the voices and what they're saying are muffled, and they're coming from a nearby room, taking place next to a catwalk 80 feet in the air. Some of these things happen regularly, while others were a one-time thing, or happen very infrequently. I notice them more when I'm awake and fully functional. The sleepier I am, or the less focused, the less disturbing my shift tends to be. I used to be the only person manning the overnight help desk for an IT company. I would get there just as the last folks were leaving for the night, and I'd have the entire office to myself. After a month or so on the job, I started hearing noises around the office, creaking floors, weird vocalizations, a random guttural gagging sound. At first, I didn't really pay any attention to it. It was an older office and it made weird noises. But then I noticed that when I'd step out for lunch or use the bathroom, I'd come back and there would be lights on that I didn't turn on, or cabinets opened that I didn't touch. I was 100% sure that some slasher maniac was hiding under a desk, waiting to kill me. Well, it turns out one of our managers was in the middle of moving house, and due to a scheduling conflict, he didn't have a place to live and would be crashing at the office with the door closed. What I was hearing was him trying to sneak around the office without alerting me. And the gagging noises, well, that was him snoring. He was embarrassed by the situation, so he was waiting for me to leave my desk so that he could dash out to grab a drink or some snacks from the supply closet. So yeah, I'm still waiting for my real ghost story. I was born in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, and lived with my mom and siblings in Holland Park until the age of 8. We were all enrolled in the local primary school around the corner from our house. The school had those temporary classrooms back in 1989 when I was in grade 1. One evening after a function at the school, I walked past one of the temporary classrooms with 2 friends. We heard a strange noise coming from the room, sounding like a chair being scraped across the floor. Looking in through the window, I distinctly remember seeing a very small, green man, looking almost like a toddler, with very long arms, jumping to and fro on the tables, scraping his nails on the floor as he went. I can remember feeling cold all over and simply turning and running, with my friends following behind. I'm now almost 37 years old and still remember this clearly. I have no idea what it could have been, though. If there is a logical explanation, I cannot think of what it might be. I've been thinking lately that it may have been some kind of Takalashi creature or something along those lines. But what would it be doing in a classroom? Well, that's beyond me. I have had other mildly frightening experiences, such as hearing the back door of our house open while in another room. When I went to look, the door was locked. Other than these experiences, I don't think I've had contact with anything supernatural. But I do think this was supernatural. Any comments or insights on the little green man would be appreciated, if only to try and solve the mystery once and for all. A few weeks ago, I wrote about an experience I had while teaching music at a school that I was working at. A child in one of my classes had seen someone walking into the music room, whom I did not see, and later, I saw a child, which I later realized was a ghost, standing by the light switch. I have been to this school several times and wanted to do an update. The first time I went back since I saw the apparition, I was really nervous, and I had to relax because I knew that my imagination could start playing tricks on me. Once I got there, I was a lot more relaxed, and I just went with the flow of the day. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at first. Although I was walking down the hallway, I felt someone touch me in the middle of my back. It almost felt like a light, slight push. I thought it was a student, so I turned around, but no one was there. That was the only thing that happened. The next time I went, I once again was worried about what would happen, but to my surprise, nothing occurred whatsoever, and I was actually able to just teach and enjoy the day with the students. Today I went back to this school, and to tell you the truth, I didn't think about ghosts at all. I have really been enjoying the students and staff, and it's become one of my favorite schools to teach at. Also, today we got hit with a really nasty snowstorm, so I was more worried about the roads being slick. Anyway, I got there with no problems, and during lunchtime I was enjoying a potato bar that was set up for the teachers. I was also talking with one of my staff about all the snow that we were getting and if the roads would be slick later on. As I was leaving the staff room and heading to the classroom, I thought to myself, I wish I could just teach here full time. And I swear, out of nowhere, I heard a child's voice as clear as day saying, "We don't have any full-time jobs here at the moment. Sorry." I turned around. The only person I saw was a little girl. She was looking straight up at me and then ran quickly into the bathroom. I don't know if she's the one who said it, but still, how did she read my mind? I'm not 100% sure if she was a real student or another apparition. She ran into the bathroom really fast as I made eye contact. Can ghosts read minds? Later, I was in the library talking to the librarian while kids were at recess. There were a few kids there checking out books, and then they headed back to go outside. As the librarian was showing me a project she was doing with the second graders, Christmas cards for soldiers serving in Iraq, I saw a little girl peeking out in between the computers. I just assumed that it was a kid who was still checking out books and had gotten on the computer card catalog. But when I looked again, no one was there. The only people in the library were me, the librarian, and her assistant. They were admiring the cards the second graders had made, so didn't see what I saw. I even said, "Where did the little girl go?" And the librarian answered, "The kids are all out at recess." The computers are in the middle of the library, so there's no way a child could have ran out the door without me seeing her. By the way, the library and the music room are on opposite sides of the building. The place where I felt the hand on my back and heard the voice in the hallway is nearest the library. Nothing else happened the rest of the day, and I didn't linger long after school because of the snowstorm. Anyway, I will be back at this school next week. It's on my regular route now, so I'll see if anything happens again. It is funny that one day where I completely didn't worry or even think about seeing ghosts is the day when I see them. Odd. When I was 9 years old in 1970, I attended George Washington Elementary in Corona, California, for one semester. It was an ordinary school, or at least that's what I thought at first. One day, I came down with a fever and ended up in the nurse's office, along with 2 other girls who were also sick. The nurse, busy taking our temperatures, told us we'd have to go home and stay out of school for a couple of weeks. She didn't say much more, just that our parents would explain everything when they picked us up. As we sat there in that small, sterile room, a strange, heavy silence seemed to settle over all of us. The nurse turned to the counter where a tall glass jar filled with thermometers rested next to the sink. She was in the middle of talking when it happened. The jar began to move. Slowly at first, then faster. It slid across the counter, as though being pulled by an unseen hand. And then, with a sharp crash, it tipped over the edge and shattered in the sink. The 3 of us froze, too stunned to speak. The nurse's face went pale, her cheerful professionalism replaced by a visible unease. "Okay," she said quickly, her voice tight. "Let's move to the front office. Your parents will be here soon." As we filed out, I heard her whisper to the office secretary. It happened again, this time in the nurse's room. What did she mean by again? I actually let it go relatively easy for a child. I just sat quietly in the office, staring at the clock on the wall, listening to the sounds around me, just waiting to get picked up. Later that day, I told my grandma what had happened. I thought she'd be a little surprised, but she just laughed and said, "That's nothing. I mean, it's no different than the old house we just moved out of." I realized then that I'd grown up thinking that ghosts and strange occurrences were kind of normal. Our old house had its own stories. Things moved, footsteps in empty rooms, but none of it had really frightened me. It was just a part of life. I was surprised, however, to see it at school. I didn't stay at George Washington Elementary for long, and nothing else happened while I was there, at least that I saw. More so than the jar itself, I'll always remember the nurse's voice and the look she had on her face. Her words make me wonder, what else did happen at that school? What exactly was she so afraid of? My cousin used to teach at the tribal school on our reservation. Her name's Dora. Dora has a story that she'd never tell publicly, but thankfully has a wonderful, loving, beautiful younger cousin willing to share it for her. I'm not on here trying to put Dora or our tribe in a bad light, and that's why I'm keeping our reservation name out. So, Dora was a 12th grade English teacher at the high school. It's the year 2000, and they're all on winter break. She attends a party at my house and decides to head home around 2 a.m. That night, a dense fog had blanketed the reservation, and already having a few drinks, Dora begins to have a change of heart about driving all the way home. Her house was only a few miles away, but from my house, the high school was just a bit closer. The lanyard with her keys hung on her rearview mirror, so she put them around her neck and then took a left instead of going straight out of my neighborhood. When Dora got to the high school, her car was the only one in the parking lot. She drove around the back where the buses pull in to pick up the kids. Her classroom doors are located on that side, and she parked her car in the bus loop, a stone's throw away from her outside door. The school lights that lined the building were all turned off during holiday breaks, making the building itself completely dark. Dora parked under the only source of illumination coming from the single street lamp located on a cement island center of the loop. Besides that one light, the rest of the property around her is black. There's only one road that leads from the rear of the building. The road eventually leads into a four-way stop, but before that, there's only trees all the way up to the school. Needless to say, the first step Dora took from her car was a leap and a bound to her classroom door. When she gets inside, her desk is right by that door, so she didn't have to navigate blindly through her classroom to find a light. Exhausted and relieved, Dora actually called me that night to tell me what her new plan was. Then, after we hung up, she pulled all the blankets and pillows out of her emergency closet and made a bed on the little couch in the corner of her classroom. Before going to bed, though, Dora realized that she didn't enjoy any of the amazing food that I prepared. So, her stomach began to rumble, almost as if it was verbally scolding her for being so stubborn. It's a little after 2 a.m., and every business in town closes at 8. But somehow, Dora found probably the only food that would be willing to make a delivery that time of night. She found the phone number to a donut shop right outside reservation lines, and most likely taking pity on her desperate voice through the receiver, agreed to make a delivery to the high school. Taping an envelope with cash and a tip onto her door, Dora gave specific instructions on where to go and what to do. So the driver would go to the back of the school. The classroom's the only one with the lights on. Money's on the door. Leave the donuts outside. Nothing too crazy. Through the curtains, Dora eventually sees headlights pull in, and her confidence grows that her directions were accurate. In the quiet classroom, she can clearly hear someone get out of their car, walk up to her door, do the 2 taps, confirming successful transaction. Before Dora leaves her couch bed to get the donuts, she waits as shoes walk away from the door. Listening for the car door to shut again, Dora begins to hear something else. It sounds like footsteps were heading back to her door, but this time, the feet were running. Then, boom, boom, boom. Dora's jolted from her frozen position, practically jumping out of her skin when someone starts pounding on her outside door. For the quickest moment, Dora thinks that she may have shorted them on the total, but she knew that she gave more than a generous tip. Then, the person banging on the door begins to scream, "Please, let me in. Let me in, Miss B." The B is the initial of Dora's last name. The person on the other side of the door called her by her full last name. Must be a student. Dora also thinks the voice sounds familiar, and that's one thing that I'll never get. How do teachers remember all of their students like that? Well, sure enough, the mystery person pleading outside of her door ended up being a former student of hers. His name's Mark Len. Mark's family owns the donut shop that Dora was ordering from that night. Dora liked the Len family and had an oddly significant memory in her teaching career involving Mark's older brother, Callan. He was a few years older than Mark, and when Dora first started working at the school, there was a kid that kept harassing her like a creep. One day, the creep got way too close to Dora, and Callan stepped in between them, knocked the guy on his ass, basically. That ended the harassment. So, when Dora opened the door and Mark Len pushed his way through, slamming the door behind him, she's almost relieved. But that's short-lived, as the look on her former student's face is filled with horror. Right as the door slammed behind him, Mark ran over to the curtains, started peeking through them and out to the parking lot. Their familiarity to each other wasn't enough to break the tension that Mark was feeling, and a formal greeting didn't take place. Instead, out of breath and continuing to peer out the curtains, Mark tells Dora, when he was walking back to his car, something or some things started to chase him in the fog. Before saying anything, Dora would join Mark in staring out the window into the fog. The mist that had covered the town remained thick, and Dora's car was barely visible from where they stood. She asks Mark if it was an animal that was chasing him, and he said no. He wasn't sure what it was. It sounded like human strides coming at him from directly in front. When Mark stopped his pace in the fog to listen, along with the first pair of legs approaching, he heard a second pair of running feet in pursuit, coming at him from the right. That's when Mark turned and sprinted back to the door. His accounts of what happened scared Dora more than she'd ever let on. Attempting to remain logical in the situation, Dora suggests the commotion he heard was from a pack of res dogs wandering the grounds, but Mark was adamant about what he heard. The steps were too heavy to be from dogs. For a moment, they both stood in the anxious silence that filled the classroom. Their eyes fixed out the window, looking for movement in the fog. At first, Dora thinks her eyes are playing tricks on her, but Mark's gasp solidified that what she was seeing was real. Both of them watched as a tall, hooded figure rose out of the fog by Dora's car. They could see it under the street lamp. The hood doesn't fully cover its face, and Dora swears it had the head of a wolf. The hooded figure turned and stared directly at them before slowly sinking back down and disappearing into the fog. Unable to keep her feeling of dread suppressed, Dora steps back from the window. Mark does too, speechless at what they'd just seen. Dora turns off her desk lamp, once again immersing her classroom in darkness. The hope of being unnoticed is extinguished almost immediately after they begin to hear knocking on the windows of her classroom. Neither of them were brave enough to open the curtains. Mark says, "It knows we're in here." They quickly decide to move rooms. Mark and Dora leave her classroom through the internal hallways. The whole time, they can hear the entity going around the school, pounding on all the windows, shaking all the doors. Dora feels her legs get weak. She's about to pass out from fear, and Mark sees her wobbling and catches her before she collapses. Still conscious, Mark assists her to the closest room, which was the kitchen. After setting Dora on the ground, Mark asks if all the doors are locked in the building. Dora doesn't know. Hearing this, Mark takes it upon himself to independently take off to check all the doors, as Dora sits trying to regain a stable breathing rhythm. It's almost pointless, because just as her heart rate begins to go down, she can hear Mark scream. It echoes through the hall, heading back towards the kitchen. He's screaming, "It's inside. Lock the door." She sees Mark fly past the kitchen doorway. She hears another set of footsteps running through the hallway behind Mark. And when he doesn't run into the kitchen, she has no other option but to close the door and listen to what's going on just outside. Mark screams, and the sound of the chase trail off to another part of the school. Then, silence. Dora stayed like a statue in the kitchen for what felt like hours. She didn't know when it all started, but the clock located over the industrial stove read 4:30. She decided to wait until sunrise before leaving her hiding spot. The entire time she waited, her heart was pounding. Every creak of the school's old infrastructure felt amplified in the emptiness of the kitchen. Every shadow seemed to move in the corner of her eye. She clenched the handle of a butter knife, one that she'd grabbed from the drawers, her only weapon if whatever was chasing Mark decided to return. As the first light of dawn seeped through the small, grease-streaked windows above the industrial sinks, Dora gathered enough courage to leave the kitchen. Her legs still felt weak, but she steadied herself, gripping the wall for support as she tiptoed down the hallway. The building was eerily quiet now. No pounding, no footsteps, no screams. On her way back to her classroom, she passed the computer lab and froze in the doorway. The scene inside was not what she expected. Desks had been overturned, paper scattered everywhere. Most importantly, all of the computers were gone. She ran back to her classroom to see a similar scene. Her phone, which she'd left next to her couch bed, was gone, and so was Mark. Frantic, she checked the parking lot through the classroom window. Her car was still there, but Mark's was nowhere to be seen. Dora decided to call the police, but with her phone being missing, she needed to find the office, as classrooms didn't have phones. As she made her way back down the hall, she noticed some other things. Muddy footprints leading from the back entrance of the school. And sure enough, they led right to the computer lab. Reaching the office, Dora used the landline to call for help. When tribal police arrived, they searched the entire school, but they found no sign of Mark, and no sign of the creature Dora described. No evidence of forced entry either. What they did find, however, was far more shocking. Not only had the computer lab been completely stripped of its equipment, but every monitor, keyboard, laptop, it had all been taken. Adding insult to injury, all of the remaining cords had been cut. The officer questioning Dora seemed like he didn't quite believe her. "You're sure Mark Len was here last night?" he asked her. She insisted yes, he was being chased. There was something out there, I swear. Dora insisted, recounting everything she'd seen, but as she spoke, she realized how absurd her story sounded. A hooded, wolf-headed figure, knocking and chasing them through the fog. The officer nodded politely, but still didn't seem convinced. He told Dora they would follow up with Mark's family and the donut shop, but for now, she needed to head home, get some rest. Dora knew what she saw, or thought she did. As the fog cleared, the reality of the situation began to sink in. It wasn't until the following day, when Mark and his older brother Callan were trying to sell some stolen computers, that the truth finally came out. That hooded figure and the eerie chase were all part of their elaborate plan to scare Dora away from the school, or essentially to let them in. They'd use the fog to their advantage, disguising themselves and creating chaos to cover their tracks, all so they could loot the computer lab. Callan, the mastermind, had even worn a wolf mask and a cloak to sell the illusion. As for Mark, his performance of terror had been convincing enough to manipulate Dora into hiding while they carried out the theft. The pounding on the windows, the running footsteps, it was all staged. When the police questioned Mark, he admitted everything, though he claimed that he had felt a twinge of guilt when Dora nearly passed out in the hallway. "It was supposed to just scare her," he said. "We didn't think she'd take it so hard." Dora, humiliated and furious, resigned from her position at the school. The administration didn't fire her outright, but the implication was clear. She'd let herself be duped, and the theft had happened on her watch. To this day, she avoids talking about what happened, but if you ever bring up that night, her face hardens and her lips tighten. The wolf-headed figure under the street lamp really creeped her out, but for it to all have been some way to take advantage of her kindness, well, that's just pissed her off for forever. This is a real story that happened to me back on New Year's Eve 2009. I was 13 years old, and me and my family, my mom, my dad, my little sister, we were leaving an event at the Christian Center in the Hilltop neighborhood of Tacoma. My mom was in the driver's seat, Dad sitting in the passenger. I'm sitting behind Dad, and my sister's asleep in her car seat next to me. The church traffic had all dispersed by the time we'd left because my mom volunteered us to help clean up and put away chairs after the event ended that night. The road we take to leave has 4 lanes, 2 for each direction. The right lane will eventually become a turn-only lane into a dead-end cul-de-sac, while the others continue straight. My mom was driving in the right lane, but a sudden influx of traffic didn't allow her to merge to the left lane. So, she flipped on her blinker and turned right. Then she took another right down another neighborhood street that stopped at a dead end. There were a group of teenagers at the far end of the road. We can see them lighting off fireworks. My mom pumped the brakes and began to cautiously drive towards them. In order to leave this neighborhood, the only turnaround is at the end of the block, where the kids are. We approach at a snail's speed, and while I can't see the road, I can hear the fireworks growing louder. I plug my ears, but a pop that's brightness filled the car also had an explosion loud enough to wake up my sister. She started to cry, and I thought the right thing to do would be to shield her ears instead of mine. The constant sound and the feel of the fireworks going off by our car was startling, each one that blew up. It lit the interior of the car like a flashbang, and it hurt my eyes. My dad closed the air vents because they started sucking in the smell of firework smoke. My mom was steering the car counterclockwise around the loop. From the back passenger window, I could see two groups of people, one on the outside of my window, and then a smaller group, around 6 kids, that chose to stay in the middle of the street when the crowd parted for our car. This group of 6 was in the center, all still lighting off fireworks next to our car, almost as if they were trying to antagonize the vehicle's occupants into a confrontation. While this is happening out the left side of the window, from the right side, one guy approached the car. My dad saw this and locked the doors. Thankfully, the guy didn't even try for the handles. Instead, when he got to the car, he cupped his hands above his eyes. The metal of his watch clinked against the glass when he tried looking into the tinted windows on the front side passenger. Inside the car, everything happening around us is overwhelming to the senses. My mom was doing her best to navigate this right turnaround and not hit one of the many kids or cars parked in the loop. The guy who came up looking in the windows leans off to the side of the car, communicates to the group that he doesn't know who's in the car. I can hear the others outside also questioning one another on if they've noticed the suspiciously slow rate in which we're driving through. My dad tells my mom to speed up a little, but she ignores him. If the cul-de-sac was a clock, we would have entered at 6 and crawled our way backward around a guy that approached our car when we were close to 10 on this hypothetical diagram. My dad talks about speeding up at about the 9 mark. When our car gets to a hypothetical 7, we're almost out of the loop. My hands are still over my little sister's ears, and I'm periodically leaning over so that she could see me, and the act of doing this, I believe, saved my life. When our car got closer to the exit, everyone's attention had been focused straight out the front windshield. So I get my head down close to my little sister's, quietly reassure her that we're almost out of there. She was 2 at the time, and the sound of a bottle rocket igniting had quickly sent her into tears again. I stayed hunched over her, whispering, trying to soften her cries, but right after the bottle rocket hissed into the sky, there was a round of 6 back-to-back booms, louder than any of the others. It's so loud, the window next to me completely shatters. The glass that didn't fly into my hair falls into a pile in the seat that I'm buckled into. Almost right after my window disintegrated, the rear windshield behind me shattered into a million pieces. My ears were ringing and I had no clue what was going on. In this shock, the only thing I knew to do was stay over my sister. My parents were yelling in the front seat, but I couldn't hear everything they were saying, and then I felt my body get pulled back into my seat. Our car engine revved loudly, and a cold wind began rushing into the back seat through the open area where my window used to be. As my mom retraced our way back to the main roads, she slid into some cars out of the neighborhood, but none were enough to slow her down. When the noise of the fireworks and the crowd were gone, my mom frantically starts asking if everyone's all right. Me and my sister are okay. My legs were cut up from some of the broken glass, but none of it landed on my sister. My mom starts typing in directions to the closest emergency room. Typing on the GPS, she asks again, directing the question at my dad. "William, are you all right?" His breathing was labored. It sounded like he was in pain when he took a breath to reply. He tells my mom no. It feels like a hot poker was stabbed into his shoulder blade. My mom releases the death grip that she'd had on the steering wheel, and the knuckles in her fingers crack when she reaches over to feel around his back. Her hand is reeled back in horror, and as my dad let out a low grunt filled with agony, the palm of her hand was wet with blood, and the back of my dad's shirt was soaked. Both hands on the wheel, my mom's again white-knuckling it to Tacoma General. When we got to the emergency room, my mom unbuckled her seatbelt, ran inside screaming for assistance. The keys are still in the ignition, and it sits diagonal and idle in the patient drop-off while the doctors run a stretcher out to the car and drag my dad onto it. Every little moment from his chair to the gurney makes him scream out in pain. Then he, the doctors, and my mom all run inside, with me and my sister being left alone in the car until my mom comes back out to get us and repark the car. When she gets in, I ask what happened to Dad. My legs were lacerated and bloody from the broken glass, and that's what I thought had happened to him. It wasn't, though. My dad was bleeding a lot more than my cuts were. His blood hadn't soaked his favorite Sonics t-shirt by way of glass cuts. His blood was coming from a bullet wound. The bullet chipped his collarbone and broke a rib before it slowed down 2 centimeters from his lung. We all sat quietly in the waiting room, my legs swinging nervously. The reality of what had just happened hadn't fully sunk in yet, but the image of my dad's bloodied body, it replayed over and over in my head. Finally, after what seemed like the whole day, my mom returned from the trauma unit. Her face was pale and her hands were shaking, but she also looked relieved. "He's going to be okay," she said, her voice cracking. "They stopped the bleeding. They're monitoring him now. The doctors say he's really lucky." Hearing that, it made some sort of tension in my chest loosen up a bit. My dad wasn't out of the woods yet, but he was alive. When we were finally able to see him later, my dad sat up in his hospital bed looking weaker than I'd ever seen him look. But he managed a faint smile as we entered. He took a shallow breath, winced, and gave us a nod. "I'll be fine," he said hoarsely. "We're all fine. That's what matters." And he was right. We were fine, but we weren't the same. Something about that day changed us all a little bit. In the weeks and months that followed, my dad worked hard to recover physically, but the mental scars were harder to heal. We struggled. The sound of a car backfiring or a sudden loud noise would send us into a panic. None of us could look at an emergency room without our stomachs turning. That day left some scars, some visible, some invisible, but it also left us with a fierce gratitude for the second chance we were given. Life would never be exactly the same, but we were alive and we had each other, and for that, I'm still thankful. One night when I was about 15, I was babysitting for my friend who had gone out to the bar. I babysat for her all the time. My friend and her friend came home, my friend with her boyfriend, and her friend with some man that she'd met at the bar. My friend would usually have her boyfriend run me home as I only lived a block away, but that night he'd been drinking, so the other guy said that he would run me home. My friend absolutely refused and was adamant about it. Even though she was drinking herself, she insisted on taking me home, and she did so. Later that night, the guy whom my friend's friend had brought home left my friend's house, went to 2 of my classmates' residence, and murdered them both. He was a Marine stationed in my town, and now sits in prison for his crimes. I asked my friend why she so adamantly refused to allow him to drive me home. She said it was just a gut instinct. I firmly believe her gut instinct saved my life. if he'd have been allowed to take me home, I know that I would have been the one cut up and murdered that night. I've been held against my will twice. The first time it happened to me was when I ran into an ex at a department store. He seemed so happy to see me. We chatted for a while in the store and then went our separate ways. I was walking to my car when I felt eyes on me and looked around. I was confused to see my ex's motorcycle was now parked by my car, and he was standing there staring at me. I felt a little uncomfortable but waved bye to him. However, it seemed he took this as a come over instead. As he walked over to me, he was laughing and saying it must be fate that we ran into each other again in the parking lot. I wasn't so sure about that, but smiled and said it was good to see him again, but that I had to get going. He looked disappointed. I started to get into my car and he asked me to wait. I got back out, turned around and looked at him. He said he had actually just gotten an apartment around the corner and really would like me to come over and see it. If I came over, it would also give us a chance to catch up some more. I said I really needed to get going. He looked around for a minute and then said that he thought he had some items of mine still and that he wanted to give them back. I knew that he had taken some of my CDs when we had split. The thought of getting them back was appealing to me, so against my better judgment, I said okay. We went into his apartment where he took my coat and bag. I was a little uncomfortable with him taking my bag, but thought maybe he was just trying to be polite. He then gave me the tour. It was a nice place, but I didn't have a chance to tell him that because he was talking a mile a minute and saying he was so excited to have me there. We sat down on the couch next to each other where he kept talking about his life. I sat there listening, but wondering when he would get my stuff so I could leave. Finally, he stopped to take a breath, and I asked him about the stuff he had mentioned. He seemed displeased that I'd brought it up. He sat there for a while longer, and then he leaned in, closer to me. I was surprised when he reached out and grabbed my hands, attempting to kiss me. I pulled back and stared at him. I said, "Bruce, this isn't going to happen." He started going on and on about how he knew we'd get back together and how he was not going to let me go this time. I started shaking my head no to what he was saying, which seemed to make him more upset. At one point, he started yelling at me about how he'd been a mess and too young to handle us, but he'd grown up now. He said he deserved another chance to prove it to me, that there was still something there. I was speechless. We'd always had a rocky relationship. The final straw was when he cheated on me with one of my best friends after we'd had a bad fight, so I had zero interest in getting back together. I started to repeat myself that it was not going to happen. When he jumped up off the couch and started pacing around the room, he was getting cagey, like an animal, telling me I couldn't say no, that I couldn't leave until he got a yes. He walked out of the room, and I looked at the door. I could make a break for it, but he had my wallet, my phone, my bag. I was still feeling like an idiot for being there when he came back. I could see when he came back, he was holding a gun in his hand. He kept walking back and forth, now in front of me on the couch. He said nothing had been right in his life since the day that I'd gone, and that he wasn't going to lose me again. I opened my mouth, and he grabbed the phone sitting on the table and threw it at the wall. It broke apart, and I just stared at him. At this point, I had a very bad feeling. I watched him continue to walk around, and I could feel his anger and frustration. I'd never seen someone look so desperate, and that was not good. He finally sat down in a chair across from me. He laid the gun down on the table near him. He was a really good-looking guy. All my girlfriends had thought I was crazy when I broke up with him the first time. I tried to explain that he was unstable, but no one listened to me. He'd worn me down after that first breakup and cycle of makeup, and then the breakup had started again. I'd finally gotten free from him, though, and it had been 2 years since I'd seen him. I sat there looking at him. My mind was having a hard time rationalizing how this cute guy with this innocent look to him was now holding me against my will, essentially having kidnapped me. As I was staring at him, I could see he was trying to get a hold of himself. He finally laughed, said that he was sorry that he was acting so nuts, but that he just couldn't let me leave. He needed me back in his life, and he would never hurt me again. I looked at him and then the gun. He shook his head and said if he used that on anyone, it would be himself. I didn't know what to say to that. I was really having an out-of-body experience. I felt like I was someone else, watching all of this take place. I looked at the clock and realized I'd been there for about 6 hours. I hadn't moved and had hardly said anything. I looked at him and forced myself to smile, which he then smiled. I said, okay, we can try again. You're right, there is still something here. I'll stay with you. You don't need to hurt yourself or anyone else, but if this is going to work, you're going to need to trust me. I really need to get to class. Folks are going to wonder where I am, and I don't want to tell anyone about this since we're getting back together. But I'll come back because you're right. We can make this work. He got up and walked over to me. He grabbed my hands and pulled me up. He wrapped me in his arms and hugged me. I soon felt tears hitting my neck as he started crying. He just kept saying, "Thank you, and I love you so much. You'll see things will be different. I have my shit together now." I nodded my head and asked him if he could get my stuff. He said yes and walked away, but he kept looking back at me. I assume he was still making sure I was there. He handed me my things and I said, "Okay, I'll be back later." And he kissed me. I barely kissed him back. As soon as I got out the front door, I ran down the stairs and out of the building. I jumped in my car and never looked back. He called nonstop for a while after that, but I didn't answer. He came by my house and I never answered. Finally, he was gone. However, over the years, he has reached out to my friends, family members, trying to contact me a few times. Believe it or not, he still doesn't have himself together. He's been married many times, has several children, was homeless, and had a few successful businesses and then lost them. I look back and see my time with him. It was one big scary roller coaster ride, and I was glad to get off. My advice to anyone who's broken up with someone like that is don't go back. Don't meet them anywhere. Just let sleeping dogs lie. And if you're kidnapped, keep calm and try to find out what the person wants. Talking to the kidnapper can sometimes help, like in my case. Might even save a life or two. This was in 1995. I heard a knock at the door at about 2 a.m. We owned our own business, a campground and a bed and breakfast. I was used to strangers coming and going, so this shouldn't have felt any different. But instinctively, I had this feeling. I had 2 little girls, 7 and 5, so my instincts about things were always high on my radar, unlike my husband who trusted everyone. A sign hung on our door indicating we were closed. The summer season had ended, campers were gone, winter was here. But on this particular night, we were both awakened by the harsh sound of continuous knocking and our doorbell ringing. Someone was outside and seemed frantic, to say the least, at this ungodly hour. I whispered to my husband, "Someone's out there. Who would be knocking at the door at this hour?" Fear gripped me almost immediately as I peeked out the warped glass of the old window from upstairs. Sparkling snow glittered under our yard light, but no signs of fresh tire tracks in the snow. That was strange. We lived in the country, a small village about less than an hour away from the RCMP's office in town close by. I immediately summarized everything up quickly in my head as my husband pulled on a pair of jeans to go downstairs. I threw on my housecoat and soon followed my husband downstairs, but it was too late. He had let the stranger in. My heart pounded uncontrollably as I hid behind the kitchen door, which led into the office, where this stranger stood with my husband. They talked. I listened quietly. "I have amnesia," he said. Bullshit, I thought immediately. "I don't know how I got here. Can I use your washroom?" he asked, completely off topic. I was even more suspicious than ever. As my husband led him to the washroom, with all of the lights still out in the house, I ran for our portable phone in the living room. I sat on my steps leading upstairs to where my babies were sleeping. I was shaking as I called 911. I told them about this very strange stranger in our home. "Please hurry," I said. The conversation continued after the stranger went back into the office. The light dangled from the ceiling, rocking slightly. I could see that he was in his 20s, tall with light brown hair. What was this guy up to, I thought. "How many people are staying here?" he asked. "And how many rooms are in this house?" said the stranger with amnesia. What the hell, I thought. I peeked out the crack of the door so that only my husband could see me. I shook my finger, no, 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 to my trusting husband. "Would you mind if I slept here tonight? I'm so tired." He was determined, I thought. This guy reeked of evil. I knew it way before anything would happen. My instincts had kicked into high gear. He was up to something. My only comfort was knowing that the police were on their way. My heart was pounding. I was sure this stranger could hear me. My husband continued this insane conversation with him. I knew that this could take a bad turn at any point. My husband reassures him that we don't have anywhere for him to sleep. The words were hardly out of my husband's mouth when the stranger eagerly insisted. "That's okay," he said. "I can sleep here on the floor. I'm not hard to please." Again, I peeked out, shaking my finger. No, no, no. The RCMP arrived before my trusting husband finally gave in. The two officers asked the stranger about his amnesia. "Do you have a wallet, John Doe?" said one of the officers sarcastically. He slowly produces his wallet from his back pocket. All of his identification was there. "Why didn't you just check your wallet to find out who you were?" said the officer as he patted down the stranger. A question I would have loved to hear him answer. He was handcuffed and led outside, but not before the officer got another call on his radio for another break-in down the road. He had been dropped off at our house while his buddies had gone on to another house down the road to terrorize an older couple. My instincts may have saved us that night. My name is Erica. When I was 16, I was led away from my friends at a music festival. The man leading me had presented himself as security. The reflective yellow mesh vest he was wearing had the word security written on the back. He also had a walkie-talkie attached to the vest that had beeped a few times, and he spoke into it. In retrospect, I don't believe that walkie-talkie was even transmitting a signal, because there was never anyone on the other end talking back. But hindsight's always 20/20. You have lots of time to think about things after they've already happened. Summer 2007, me and two of my friends got tickets to the Vans Warped Tour in Darien, New York. We got there just as the sun was coming up, but we still weren't even close to being at the front of the line. It was supposed to be an overcast day, but the sun managed to avoid all the clouds, making very little shade for anyone to seek cover in. We were sunburned by 10 and still had an hour to wait until the gates were open. Then, out of nowhere, I'm approached by a guy, mid-40s I'd say, balding with wispy hair at the top. No tattoos or piercings. He was a big, tall, beer-belly guy. If he hadn't have been wearing the yellow mesh security vest that barely fit around his shoulders, he could have been easily mistaken for just a regular festival attendee. He was slowly walking down from the front of the line. My friend Jesse noticed him making his way closer to us and thought that he'd be checking our tickets. At least that's what it looked like he was doing when he'd occasionally stop and talk to a random group of people in line. That was another thing that I should have been a little more suspicious about. The man in the yellow vest wasn't stopping for everyone. Sure enough, though, as he walked by us, I made eye contact with him and he slowed to a stop. Then he spun around and said, "Tickets, please? Can I see your tickets?" This was all of our first times going to Warped Tour. We didn't know this wasn't part of the experience. After we presented them, he says, "Oh, hold on," then steps away a few feet and talks into his walkie-talkie. When he's done talking, he strolls back to us. What if he thought our tickets were fake? We didn't know why he'd approach us a second time until he pointed his finger out to me and said, "One of the guys in All Time Low wants me to bring you backstage." I was caught off guard, but instantly blinded by wanting to believe it was true. Blinded enough to walk away from my friends with an older man wearing a yellow vest. The first question I asked was, "Can my friends come with?" But the man said something like, "There'd be 1,000,000 people backstage if everyone brought their group of friends along. I can only take you." Turning to both of them, they wholeheartedly encouraged me to go, both of them still hugging on to each other with shocked excitement for me. We made a plan to stay in touch via text and to meet back up later when they were inside the gates. I followed the yellow vest towards the entrance to Darien Lake Fields. As we got closer to the tall chain-link fences that separated out from in, we veered to the right and began walking the perimeter of the fence. Of course we wouldn't be going through the main gates by the Ferris wheel. I was probably being led to an entrance that was closed off to the public. From behind the tarp-covered fences, I can hear instruments ring out as distant sound checks take place, but it never grows louder. Turning around, I saw how far away we were by the top of the roller coaster, distant in the landscape behind me. We walked far enough from the fairgrounds that I decided to finally ask where we were going. Now, in a large, dusty parking lot, the man turns and says, "We're going to their tour bus. It's only a bit further." I take out my phone to text Jesse an update as to where I am and what I'm doing. But before I can slide my lock screen open, he grabs my phone from me and tells me cell phones aren't allowed while doing a meet and greet. Well, I'd never been to a meet and greet before. I guess he knew. I froze when he took my phone, but I didn't say anything. It wasn't that I trusted him. Something in my gut told me this was wrong, but I already had come so far from the crowd, from my friends, far from help, that I didn't know what to do. I was 16, naive, and completely unprepared for the kind of danger I was in. We kept walking, my heart pounding faster now. The sounds of the festival faded behind us until it was just the two of us, alone in this dusty parking lot. I glanced around, hoping to see someone, anyone, but the lot was nearly empty. Only one car was parked off to the side, a beaten-up sedan that looked abandoned. I felt a chill run down my spine. This wasn't right. There was no bus. I slowed my pace, trying to come up with an excuse to turn back, but he noticed immediately. "Come on, it's just up here," he said, pointing towards the far end of the lot, but I didn't move. I couldn't. Every instinct was screaming for me to get out of there. I think I should go back," I stammered, turning around, ready to bolt. Before I could even take a step, his hand clamped down on my arm, hard. "No, you're coming with me," he growled. And in an instant, he was pulling me off the path towards a dumpster at the edge of the lot. Panic was all that flooded my mind. I started kicking, thrashing, anything to get free. But he was strong, much stronger than me. My feet barely touched the ground as he dragged me, his grip like a vice on my arm. I screamed, loud and piercing, hoping someone, anyone, would hear me. But the festival was so far away, and the lot was too empty. He shoved me behind the dumpster, pressing me against the cold metal. I could feel my heart racing, blood pounding in my ears. I screamed again, but his hand moved to my throat, cutting off my air. My vision blurred, spots dancing in front of my eyes. I clawed at his arm, digging my nails into his skin, but he didn't even flinch. Just as the darkness started to close in, he loosened his grip for a moment, and I gasped, sucking in air. I managed one more scream before he slammed me against the dumpster, the back of my head cracking against the metal. Pain shot through my skull, and I felt something warm trickle down the back of my neck. I thought I might be bleeding. Then, out of nowhere, a loud crack echoed through the lot. The man's grip on me slackened, and he slumped to the ground. I blinked, trying to focus. Saw a group of guys standing there, one of them holding a skateboard like a weapon. He must have hit my attacker over the head. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, his voice urgent but kind. I could barely nod, still in shock and in pain. The man who had grabbed me was lying unconscious near the dumpster, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. I guess he was alive. One of the guys stayed with him, pulling out his phone to call the cops. The others gathered around me, guiding me away from the scene. "We saw what happened," one of them explained as we walked. "We were just hanging out, smoking a blunt in the car, and we noticed the security guy dragging you. At first we didn't know what to do, 'cause smoking pot, but we saw him choke you. We knew we had to do something." And thank God they did. They led me back towards the festival, towards safety. Their voices were a mix of concern and adrenaline, their immature nature only tempered by the reality of what had just happened. They were still kids, really, just like me, but they saved me. They might have just saved my life, I told them. By the time we reached the security and medical tent, I was shaking, tears streaming down my face. The staff rushed to my side, taking over from the guys who had rescued me. As I was being checked over, one of the festival's actual security guards arrived, questioning me about what had happened. The police came shortly after, and they took my statement, assuring me that the man who had attacked me would be dealt with and that I was safe now. But the terror of those moments in the parking lot, they stayed with me long after their visit. Thankfully, I just had to give a statement, and my rescuers also gave a statement. They were witnesses, and I never had to see that guy again, thankfully. But I know he was dealt with. It's hard not to get caught up thinking about the negative and traumatic pieces of the story. Trust me, I know. But that day, a group of strangers made a choice to act when they saw something wrong. Their quick thinking and courage saved me from a situation that could have ended very differently. So I share this story as a bit of a warning, a reminder that in public places like concerts where you can feel safe, surrounded by people and music, it's important to stay aware of your surroundings. Trust your instincts, stick close to your friends, and never let your guard down, no matter how innocent or spectacular the situation might seem. This is a story that I heard from my mother. This happened when she was single and living alone. Back in those days, she was working in an office job. Next door, to the right, lived a single man who was living alone, and from the start, Mom always thought that he was kind of weird. He would never offer any form of greeting when they ran into one another in the hall. She would often say hello to him, but he never replied, and that's why my mom was a bit wary of him. Also, another off-putting fact about the guy next door was the fact that he would just stare at her. She said that She had a bad feeling about that guy. One night, she awoke from a dream in the dead of night. She said it was as if a switch had been flipped somewhere. Her reaction was instantaneous. She opened her eyes and was fully conscious. And just as mysteriously as she awoken, a question jumped to the forefront of her mind. Did I lock the door? After the intrusive question entered her mind, she couldn't make it leave. It lingered, and worry began to set in as she lay in bed in the dark. Like an itch that needs scratching, she felt as if she had to go and check. She crept over to the door and realized that the door was unlocked, just as she feared. She blamed it on her own carelessness, then turned the key and locked the door. In that exact moment, she felt the doorknob slowly and slightly twist in her hand. She was incredibly frightened, but she managed to maintain her composure and keep quiet. She had only just turned the key in the door, and had she hesitated even a second longer, the person on the other side of the door would have been opening an unlocked door. She put her eye to the peephole and saw the figure of a man outside. She recognized him almost instantly as the neighbor next door. She covered her mouth so as not to scream as the doorknob slowly turned once again. A few agonizing seconds crawled by, and then her neighbor gave up and walked away. My mom has a trusting kind of nature, so she decided that she would put this down as her neighbor making an honest mistake and mistaking his apartment for hers. She decided not to worry about it. A couple of days went by, and her neighbor moved out of the apartment complex. It was around the same time as my mom wanting to move out too. She began cleaning and packing her things away when she noticed something. She was cleaning one of her balcony windows at the time, and it was partially fogged up in the right corner. Upon closer inspection, she saw fingerprints on the glass. The fingerprints were on the outside of the balcony window. She didn't know how they could have gotten there at first, but then she remembered something. Her creepy neighbor lived on the right-hand side, and that was where she found the fingerprints. There had to be a connection. She stepped out onto her balcony and took a look at the railing, and there were traces of fingerprints there too. It looked as if the man next door was climbing over the balcony partition and peering into her apartment. My mom laughed when she told me this story. She literally never gets up at night. She's a total sound sleeper. But that night, intuition kicked in and made her make sure the door was locked. I think that she's only still here today because of that gut feeling that she had to go and check that that door was locked. If you wake up with a similar concern, get up. There's one thing that still freaks me out. If the neighbor got the apartment wrong, why didn't he just try to put his key in the lock? Why did he just silently turn the door handle? It freaks me out to imagine what her neighbor's intentions were. This happened over 10 years ago. I lived in the outskirts of the city. The town wasn't exactly small, but not big at all. The population was pretty low. There was nothing but fields, and all the streets, houses, and neighborhoods, they all looked the same. I grew up in that town, and as early as I could remember, I wanted to get the hell out of it. It's a very stifling place. Not to mention, there was pretty much nothing to do there. There was an odd vibe in that town. First of all, there was zero privacy. I've never lived in a place like it since, but it was the town where anyone in the neighborhood could just walk on into your house if they felt like it. For example, there would be people who would just turn up. They'd had an argument with their partner, needed a place to escape. Someone who needed someone to talk to about a marriage proposal, or just someone who was passing through who might need to use the bathroom. Oh, it was great. Everyone knew everyone's business. I was eager to limit any rumors about me, so at all hours of the day, my curtains were shut, and I kept things quiet. Of course, I wasn't up to anything, or trying to hide something, and on the surface, when I spoke to people in the town, I was polite. I just didn't want any drama. A few things happened in that town, but none stood out more than the one I'm about to tell you. It started one day when I was planning a trip with my husband. He was content to stay home and just relax, but I wanted to get out of that town. So we compromised and decided to get a hotel with a spa not too far away. A couple of days into the trip and things were going great. But on the third day, his work calls and he has to go back into the office. It couldn't have been helped. I was naturally annoyed by this time, but I tried to remain supportive. He said that I should just stay at the hotel and enjoy the rest of the trip solo. I didn't think that would be much fun by myself, so I told him that I'd be going back with him. When we arrived back at our house, I sensed that something was off. There was something not right that I couldn't immediately put my finger on. I stood there looking around the living room, and I noticed that some of the furniture was slightly out of place, and little things like a book or a magazine on the table were in a new position. I hated that feeling. Considering the way people behaved in this small town, I could only assume that someone might have been in there. I went from room to room checking, and as I was pacing the upstairs hallway, I heard the front door creak open below. This was at about 2 p.m. I thought that it could have been my husband wandering in after bringing the luggage in or something. I called out and asked him if he needed my help. I came rushing down the stairs to help, and I was shocked to see the woman who lived 3 houses away standing in my home. "Oh, wow, welcome back." "Hey, I walked on in because the door looked like it was unlocked, and you can never be too careful, right?" She said something like that. I can't remember what her exact words were, but I knew she seemed flustered. And if I didn't know better, she acted as if I'd caught her red-handed somehow. I swear I saw her blush. The door looked unlocked? Is that a normal thing that people say? That, coupled with the furniture in a different area, led me to believe that this wasn't the first time that she'd come to our home when we were out. I don't know how whoever, probably her, got into our home while we were away, but I couldn't stand living there after that day. Anyway, we moved out of the area shortly after that. I couldn't live in that place any longer. I felt really creeped out knowing that someone I barely knew had been in my home and lied about it to my face. I live in a different place, and it's a much calmer environment. And we didn't share any details with our neighbors about our new address. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I recently decided to try Hinge for the first time and quickly matched with a guy named Max. We talked for 2 weeks, had a ton in common, really hit it off, all that junk. He was handsome, athletic, funny. Some people would have seen those as red flags, but live and learn. Our first date was a picnic on the beach, and he actually looked like his picture, so I called it a win. He took me to the fair for our second date, and I thought there might actually be a future for us, so I decided to take the initiative for date 3. I invited him to my apartment for dinner and a movie. We had chicken Alfredo with garlic bread and caramel cake for dessert, my grandmother's special recipe. Afterwards, we cozied up on the couch with a little wine and started a movie. Pretty early on, we began making out, but I ended things before they could go further, gave him the whole like to take things slow speech. Max took it like a gentleman, poured us some more wine, and we put our attention back on the movie. That's the thing about a lifetime of bad relationships. You tend to fall for the first guy who treats you like a human being. Big mistake. I felt the drugs as soon as they kicked in, and let's just say my tolerance for narcotics isn't 0. I tried making it to the front door, screaming for help all the while, but Max grabbed me, clamped his hand over my mouth. With the last of my strength, I threw my weight into him and managed to push us into the wall, where we fell to the floor, tangled. Once on the ground, he easily got on top of me and wrapped his hands around my throat. My air was instantly shut off mid-gasp. It felt like my lungs were on fire, and my vision faded. I don't know if I can say that my whole life flashed before my eyes. It was more of a montage, all of my best and worst moments, along with a handful of the mundane playing on a simultaneous loop. The books I would never read, the shows I would never finish, the places I would never see. The instant before I lost full consciousness, I remember thinking, all of this because I didn't want to be single anymore. I'm telling you, if you ever want to get a new perspective on life, have a near-death experience. That shit changes you. But unlike what you see on TV, I didn't have any dreams or visions. Once I was out, I was out. Game over, black screen, sweet nothingness. When I began to regain consciousness, it felt like waking up in the morning. For a split second, I thought everything was normal. Then the pain started to set in. My whole body was sore, but my head and throat were throbbing, and it hurt like hell to swallow. That's when it all came flooding back to me, and I sat up screaming. I was in the hospital. My mom was there, and nurses began flooding into the room, everyone trying to reassure me. When I finally calmed down, I was informed that all of my neighbors heard the fight and came to the rescue. At first, they called 911, but when the screaming stopped, because I was being choked to death, the operator advised them to wait for the police. It was the elderly man who lived across from me that got a crowbar and forced his way in early. I've known Mr. Walters for years, and I'll be baking that man a cake every weekend for the rest of his life now. By then, half of the building was gathered and Max was subdued until he could be arrested. As it turns out, the lady who lives under me is a nurse, and she helped me the best she could until the ambulance arrived. A few days later, I learned a lot about Max, one being that Max wasn't his real name, but also that he was wanted in a neighboring state for an unsolved murder. It sounds like his trial is going to be a long one, but I'm determined to testify against him if at all possible, especially since at least one other victim can't. To cut a long story short, there I was, working late shifts or doubles, exhausted, sitting in the back seat of a vehicle completely alone. 2 strange men sat in the front, and it didn't take me long to realize I wasn't safe. I knew without a doubt that they had no intention of letting me go. In my gut, I felt it. They were going to root me, kill me, and dump my body somewhere. The van idled in a desolate area. The only sound was the faint clicking of an empty booze bottle at my feet. There wasn't a single light in sight, except for the faint glow from my smartphone. It was in that moment, when the reality of the situation hit me like a punch to the gut, that my instincts kicked in. I knew I had one shot, just one chance to say something that might save my life. If I said the wrong thing, it was over. I wouldn't see my son again. I opened my mouth, praying I'd say something smart enough to get through the man behind the wheel. Everything had been leading up to this moment when I got into the staff transport that evening and saw that the driver wasn't our usual guy. He'd explained to us that he was the brother of the regular driver, and the man next to him was his friend. But then I noticed the empty beer bottles scattered on the floor and the heavy smell of alcohol. It all started to click. The guys in the van had been dropped off one by one, and I was the only woman left. I was the last passenger. Suddenly, I was seeing my life flash before my eyes. I realized that every single person who had been in the van could be a witness. They knew that I was the last person dropped off. That's when I said something. I can't remember the exact words, but whatever I said must have struck a chord, because the driver seemed to snap out of it. It was like he'd sobered up in an instant, realizing how badly this could end for him if anything happened to me. It was as if someone had slapped him across the face. Without a word, he quickly started the van, turned back onto the road, and pretended like he had just gotten lost. He drove me home, and I got out of the van by the skin of my teeth. I don't know if it was pure luck, the power of prayer, or something else, but I made it out that night alive. That night could have been my last, and I truly believe that if it weren't for that gut instinct and the fact that I had a smartphone with me back in 2008, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't have gotten married or had 3 more sons. The gut feeling is real. Always trust your instincts. It's your God-given survival kit. I've decided to share why I don't do dating apps. I tried Bumble last year because I like the sound of the girls having to text the guys first. I think a lot of us do. I eventually began talking to a guy named Zach, and by the 3rd week, he was the only one that I was talking to. We sent each other TikToks, watched the same movies at the same time, and had lots in common. But anytime I brought up FaceTiming, he had an excuse not to. If I was going to give online dating a try, I was going to do it right. I wanted proof that the person I was talking to actually existed. My friend once got to know a 25-year-old yoga instructor only to meet a 40-year-old tax assessor on the first date. I was determined not to share her fate, but mine turned out a bit worse. The more he pushed it off, the more suspicious I got. Finally, I threatened to block him if he didn't prove that he was who he said he was. I really expected him to either block me first or agree to FaceTime, but there was actually an unforeseen third option. 10 minutes later, I was informed that all of my social media passwords had been changed, and if I ever wanted to access them again, I should play nice. Obviously, I checked before responding. All of my apps were logged out, and my passwords weren't working. All of the messages and pictures that he had access to were flashing through my brain, and I wanted to crawl under my bed and die. He even sent me a few I'd forgotten about. He called me a whore, a narcissist, pretty much every derogatory name in the book. He asked me questions like, "Do you pose like that for every guy or just the ones who buy you dinner first?" If I didn't respond, he threatened to post the pictures. Up to this point, I thought he had only hacked my profiles and a couple of my apps, but it was so much worse than that. The whole time I was dealing with him, I was also texting my best friend, completely freaking out. I asked her to come over and Zach immediately messaged, "I don't know why you're bothering with Ashley. She can't do shit." He had hacked my actual phone. My first instinct was to turn it off, but then I realized that Zach also had my address, and that terrified me on a whole new level. I continued taking his abuse until Ashley arrived. I hadn't texted her again. I waited to tell her the newest revelation in person. Before I could finish explaining, she ripped the phone from my hands, turned it off, and reminded me that if he hacked into the phone, he had access to the camera and microphone. I would rather have all of my pictures posted than give that creeper another second's worth of footage. I tend to talk to myself about anything and everything, so he already had plenty. I'm sure he was getting off on my panic. Zach, if that's even his real name, was true to his word. My socials were flooded with my private messages, and I died internally. But mostly, I was afraid. He still had my address. Ashley went with me to get a new phone. I had to get a new Apple ID and spend the rest of my day apologizing to my friends and family for the images they were subjected to. Most everyone was very supportive to my face, so that was something. The police were worthless, no surprise there around here. I couldn't stay in my apartment alone, so I packed a bag and stayed with Ashley for a few days. Thank goodness I didn't save my friends' addresses. When I finally was brave enough to return home, my neighbor came out to tell me that a man named Zach had been looking for me the night before. I packed new clothes and went straight back to Ashley's. When I left work a few days later, a blue Accord followed me for a full 45 minutes, before finally going a different direction. That could have been a coincidence for the first half of the trip, but I purposely drove in circles at the end, and the car stayed with me for 2 full rotations. I drove around an additional half hour before returning to Ashley's, just to be safe. I didn't want to put my friend in danger, so I went home the next day. When I got there, I had a bouquet of roses leaning against my door. The card said, "I'll never give up on us." I called my parents and told them everything. An hour later, my dad was at my apartment with his suitcase and his .45. The following week, I got a new job, and the week after that, a new apartment. I never saw the blue Accord or heard from Zach again, and it's been a little over a year now. I definitely haven't tried online dating since, but if that's something you're going to do, please be careful what links you click. So my name is Tucker, and people call me Tucker the Trucker, and I can't say that I hate it. I've been driving for almost 12 years. I'm 32, single, don't have any kids, so I tend to stay on the roads. Most of my driving is done at night, less traffic that way. But you always want to fill up in the evenings because 24-hour gas stations can get dicey at 3 a.m. If you'll excuse the pun, I prefer to keep trucking along. There's a particular stretch of highway I drive all the time. It's properly in the middle of nowhere and runs straight through a heavily wooded area. The shoulders are barely big enough for a car, let alone my truck, so I lived in constant fear of flat tires. Now, it's weird to think that such a little thing ever worried me. Last Wednesday was a normal, boring night until I got a call in the middle of that long stretch. There was an old SUV with its hood up, stopped diagonally across both lanes. One guy was standing next to it, waving me down, but I saw a second person ducking on the other side of the SUV. One of the first things you learn with life on the road is to beware of a stranded motorist as much as a hitchhiker. This one checked every red flag. Middle of the night, in the middle of the blocked road, in the middle of nowhere, with suspicious characters. And I don't mean the one that I saw trying to hide. My headlights hit the one waving me down, and he had the friendliest shit-eating grin I ever saw. And I'm from the South, so that's saying something. Trust me, someone in that situation wouldn't be happy. Stranded people are angry and or desperate, period. I've heard horror stories of truckers stopping to help someone and getting robbed or worse, so nothing was getting me out of that truck. I tried to dial 911 right then, let the cops handle whatever the situation turned out to be, but we were, surprise, surprise, also conveniently stopped in one of the highway's dead zones. When I got a little closer, I could see 2 more shadows, one on either side of the road, trying to get behind me. I'm always armed. You have to be in my line of work. But I still wasn't sticking around for a shootout if I could avoid it. I'd been slowing down, but now there were at least 4 road pirates against just me. And it takes big trucks a second to get going. If they had weapons, I didn't stand much of a chance, so I made a split-second decision to keep going. I pulled as far into the shoulder as I could fit, but I still clipped the back of the SUV pretty good. Just a tip, if you ever find yourself in this situation, always aim for the back end. You never want to go head-on with an engine. Right before I made contact with the rear end, I saw the guy who'd been crouching behind it dive out of the way. He was wearing all black, with a hood pulled over his head. I didn't see where the grinning idiot went, but he was probably the one who shot at me. I don't know how many shots were actually fired because they started when the metal was still scraping, but it was at least 3. One came through the driver's side window and struck the windshield. I felt the wind on my cheek as it flew by. I almost swerved off the road, but managed to get back straight. 2 more shots hit the trailer as I sped off. I drove fast as I dared in case they tried to come after me. There was a second that I thought I saw lights behind me, but they were gone as fast as they appeared. I called the police about 2 miles later when I got service back. Later on, I was informed that they'd found the SUV abandoned in a ditch a little further up the road. It looks like they tried to drive it, but bailed when they realized how bad it was. The license plates were gone, and the VIN number was partially scratched off, but they were in a hurry and did a poor job. Cops traced it back to an elderly woman who lived next door to one of the suspects. She'd let him use her car in exchange for mowing the lawn and taking out the garbage. Last I heard, they made 3 arrests and are still looking for the last one. Several years ago, on an exceptionally cold winter night, my husband was working late. This was unusual, and it left me alone in our nearly empty apartment building with our newborn son. Our unit was the only one occupied in the entire building. Everyone else had moved out for renovations, and we were supposed to follow in a few weeks once our new place was ready. It was eerie sometimes, but I'd grown used to it, telling myself it was temporary and I liked the quiet. Our front door had a lock, but it was flimsy, nothing more than a deadbolt that didn't quite latch, leaving a gap that could probably be forced with a hard shove. I'd meant to call the landlord about it, but with the baby, there was always 100 things demanding my attention. Besides, the building's outer downstairs was deadbolted, so I thought that we were safe enough. But that night, as I was settling into the couch and my son cradled in my arms, I heard it. A shuffle, a scrape on the stairs. I froze, heart pounding, every nerve on high alert. I knew my husband wouldn't be home yet. The sound grew louder, coming up the steps slowly, deliberately. The walls of the building were thin, and I could hear every creak of the wood, every breath of movement. And then there was a knock at my door. Not a friendly, quick knock. This was slow and heavy, like someone was testing the door and waiting for a response. I held my breath, instinctively pulling my son closer. The knock came again. This time, a voice accompanied it, muffled but clear enough to send chills down my spine. "Let me in," they said quietly, drawing out each word. "Let me in." I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. My mind was racing. I didn't have my phone immediately on me. It was on the other side of the room. So with my son cradled in my arms, I decided to quickly but quietly make my way there, hoping that he wouldn't stir or make a sound. On my way, there was that voice again, almost irritated and louder this time. "Why won't you just fucking let me in? Why won't you let me in?" The words, the way he said them, they made my bones hurt. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him. He was close, just on the other side of that door. My mind raced through the options, but there weren't very many. I snuck into my son's room. He was still sound asleep. I gently wrapped him in a blanket, placed him in his crib. and then I pressed my back against his door, wedging myself between it and the wall, bracing my feet on the opposite surface. I pushed with all of the strength that I had, hoping I added enough pressure to keep the man out. He wasn't inside, but I knew that front door lock wouldn't keep him out if he tried. I could hear him struggling for the lock. I could hear that he was still talking, but what he was saying I wasn't sure. Probably just more "let me in." I closed my eyes and I was willing myself to stay silent. I decided, you know what, 911. My husband texted me that he had already called 911. I decided in the last minute that I was going to speak loudly. So when they answered, I said, "I need help. Someone's trying to break into my apartment. Please come quickly." I told them, "Yes, I'm on the top floor. Please hurry." The rattling of the doorknob stopped. Silence filled the air, thick and heavy. I wasn't really breathing. After what felt like forever, I heard the man mutter something low and unintelligible, followed by slow, heavy footsteps descending the stairs. I explained to the operator what I heard and what I thought was happening. The operator assured me that they were sending someone, but by the time the police arrived, he was long gone, vanished. When they searched the building, they found nothing. No signs of forced entry downstairs. That's when I remembered the landlord had been in earlier that day. He must have left the outer door unlocked. The officers offered words of comfort, but I could see the worry in their eyes. I barely slept for the next week, jumping at every creak, every shadow, every sound in the empty building. Even now, years later, I still remember his voice, soft, chilling, etched into my memory like a scar. I can't help but wonder, was it the landlord that I had such little contact with? How else would a random person select the one occupied unit in the entire building? I just hear it still. "Why won't you let me in?" It's chilling. I work at a cafe in downtown Anchorage. Quite a few homeless shelters in range and a huge drug problem. One day I'm working behind the bar, and this redhead kid, probably in his early 20s, sits down in our seating area, starts chanting shit under his breath. After a minute or two, he starts moving his hands around like he's casting a spell. Then he gets up, starts yelling and disturbing everyone. I walk over to him and tell him he needs to leave for the day. Dude looks me straight in the eye and says, "This is all a giant game. I'll fucking kill you with one finger." At this point, whatever. I get death threats a lot down here. No biggie. Shoo him on his way, and that's that. Fast forward to when we're closing up, around 9 p.m., so not technically a night shift, but it still counts. I lock the doors, and I start heading to the parking garage where my car is. It's probably about 6 blocks away. Not a big deal. Winter up here is insanely dark, so it's already pretty creepy in downtown. About a block or two of walking, and I hear this hissing noise. I freak the fuck out because I can't see anyone around. I pick up the pace a bit, and then I hear hurried footsteps in the snow behind me. Fuck that. I book it to the staircase for the garage because I wasn't going to wait for the elevator. I'm about a staircase up and I hear the door that I just went through slam shut. I finally make it to my car and I get in as fast as possible. I look around and lo and behold, there's the redhead from earlier. Only this time he's fucking furious. He sees me in my car and books at full speed, starts hitting my windows and screaming, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." I door checked him and drove the fuck away. I called the cops the next morning and they found the dude. Apparently he thinks he's in the Illuminati and completely corroborated my story to the police. Small jail time and 1 restraining order later. Never seen him again since. Shit like this happens a lot. I met a guy through Tinder back in Chicago. He's the reason that I stopped using Tinder and never plan on using it again in the near future. He was incredibly handsome, with a shining, beautiful smile. We met and spent the afternoon walking by Lake Michigan, talking, having a good time. From our conversation, he was extremely interested in philosophy, but the sort of hippie type of philosophy, and also seemed to genuinely believe in conspiracies and all that stuff. He quoted stuff that I'd never heard before in my life and told me that he's read tons of books on that and encouraged me to read those and watch those about that too. Honestly, I can't recall what that even was. It happened a long time ago and it was not mainstream and sort of gothic. Also, I got to learn that he was unemployed because he left school. His family is apparently very wealthy. His dad, a lawyer, and he was talking about him, how he really wanted him to go back to school and get a decent job, but he refused. Eventually, he took me home, and when we got home, he kissed me, and it was one of the most mesmerizing kisses ever, just as the light outside started to fade away. The next day, that kiss stayed with me, and I wanted to meet him again. I waited 2 days with no messages when I decided to message him myself. And this is how it went. "Hey, how are you? What are you up to?" After a while. "I'm busy. I'm not in a good mood." "Oh, I'm sorry. Is everything okay?" "No, nothing's okay. I can't tell you though. You'll think I'm weird." "I hope it'll get better." "No, I won't think you're weird. Just tell me." Boy, was I wrong. "I'm planning to kill my mom." What the fuck? That was like someone throwing a bucket of cold water in my face. My legs got weak. I started to feel fear closing in. I tried to regain my composure and then, me panicking. "Please tell me you're joking." "No, I'm not." I even wrote down how I would proceed to kill her. I would strangle her, how I would make it seem like it's not me who did it. "Did she do something to you?" "No, I just feel this uncontrollable hatred towards her." "Please, please don't do it." "Yeah, I probably won't. I'm mentally unstable. I've had these thoughts before and I just made plans and didn't follow through. Maybe this time it'll be the same. I just can't push these thoughts away." "Yeah, please just calm down, take a walk outside. Just don't be at home." He stopped responding. I didn't report this to the police. I was a foreigner in the U.S. and honestly wasn't sure if this was enough grounds to report anything to the police. I just sat in my apartment all day, being scared and nervous. Then the next day, he messaged me. "Hey, I got over it. Nothing happened. Do you want to hang out?" Needless to say, I couldn't run away from that faster. Really unfortunate. He had everything going for him. Smart, handsome, coming from an upper-class family. He was even going to La Jolla University before dropping out. But mental instability and illness takes everything away from you. I really hope the best for all of them. When I was little, my town put together a Santa's Village type spot for the kids, but I use that term loosely. The only good thing about it was the reindeer. Everything else was pretty tacky. It doesn't snow here, so they would lay down patches of white felt and paint hay bales like snowmen. There was a food truck with gross hot dogs but decent hot chocolate, an ornament stand, a few trees with lights, and some carnival-style games. Each year, fewer people would go to the point that they talked about not having it anymore. The final year that it was open, I was 8, and they tried to do something special to bring people back, so they got a carousel, one of those huge blow-up slides, and a bunch of kiddie rides like that. Everything was decorated in a Christmas theme with garlands, ribbon, whatever else you could find. We ran into my cousin by the reindeer, so she and I went to check out the rides while our parents talked. There was a kiddie roller coaster, like the kind that usually has a dragon or caterpillar for cars. but this one had a bunch of painted cardboard taped around it, made it look like Santa's sleigh. The line wasn't long, but we had to wait a few minutes, and it was really awkward because the girl behind us was fighting with her dad. She looked about 5 or 6 and came up at the same time that we did. A minute later, her dad showed up and said that they had to leave, but the girl didn't want to. When he saw us looking at them, he apologized for bothering us and told the girl that she was disturbing everyone's good time. The girl was trying to pull her arm away from her dad, really starting to throw a tantrum. My cousin is younger and looked a little scared, so I was distracted by talking to her about the rides. I didn't really hear anything else specific. One more screaming kid was basically white noise at that place. Next thing I knew, we were getting on the ride, and the girl wasn't behind us anymore. Our parents met us when we got off. We stopped to get hot chocolate, and when we were sitting down, we started hearing more and more people calling out for Beverly. A woman approached us and said that a little girl was missing. She described exactly what the girl behind us was wearing. When my cousin and I told them that her dad had taken her home, they called the police. We told our story at least 50 times before I finally figured out why it was such a big deal. The guy hadn't been her father. One of the few things I remembered her saying was, "I don't want to go with you." I thought that she just didn't want to leave. It seemed so normal when it was happening. We described the man as best we could, but we never agreed on many details. We've talked about it many times over the years, and our descriptions sound like 2 totally different people. Our parents tried to hide what happened to her, but I saw it on the news a week later, and I told my cousin. They'd found the girl's body the next day. She'd been thrown in a landfill. As far as I know, they never caught the guy. I know it's illogical to blame myself. No one was surprised that 2 kids didn't intervene. We weren't even the only ones who noticed them. Other witnesses saw them struggling as he got her into a car, and they didn't do anything either. As an adult, I hear how absurd it sounds to expect more from my 8-year-old self, but I still can't totally shake it off. Needless to say, no one argued when there was no village the next year. In death row of Florida State Prison, in a back room is Old Sparky. Now, I know many people think of Sing Sing Prison in the Green Mile movie, but the truth is most prisons share terms for places and objects. Now, Old Sparky was the Florida State electric chair. It's still ready to go if they were to ever reinstall the generators. I had 2 interactions with this chair. They have orderly inmates shine the chair still, and a guard will have to watch them while they do it. I was acting as an auxiliary officer, coming from the prison next door, and being a death row officer by this point in my career, I drew the long straws, as my captain put it, and was put on detail for Old Sparky. I know this isn't a very long story, but I believe that there is some negative attachment to that chair. I'm a generally healthy person, decent immune system, and not squeamish in any way. But when I would enter the room with the chair, I would get ill. Nausea, sweats, pains, anxiety. The closer I got, the worse I felt. The first time I was guarding the detail, I kept having to swap officers for a few minutes just to feel better. Finally, I just couldn't do it anymore. I talked to the shift lieutenant and explained that I was having issues in that room. And that's when I was moved to compound security. It's been about 6 months since I saw the apparition of a ghostly inmate. I built a reputation around this time as a solid officer, tough but very fair. I'd been assigned as area security. The area I was assigned as part of my job was to check fences and gates and act as an auxiliary officer in case our officers in the dorm needed to go smoke or something. It was about 2:30 a.m. Me and my partner, Skylar, were outside having a smoke. Now I'm an Army veteran with PTSD, and part of that is hyper-awareness. As I was smoking, I looked out onto the rec yard. and saw shadows moving around back and forth against the perimeter lights. I motioned to Skylar to look, and he said, "Is someone on the yard?" "No, I don't think so." I went and grabbed the keys from the sergeant and grabbed my big mag light. We entered the yard, and it was eerie. I shined my light towards where I thought I saw the shadows. Nothing was there, but at the far edge of my light, I'd see movement. After playing cat and mouse for about 20 or 30 minutes, Skylar called down to Tower 2 to turn on the yard lights. After he did, we searched for another 30. No one was there. Now the ground of the yard was loose sand substance that they called ballast. They would have inmates level it every time they were on the yard. So if anyone was on the yard, we could see their footprints. The only prints were mine and Skylar's. We went back flabbergasted. How was that possible? Still, to this day, I can't figure out that phenomenon. Has anyone ever witnessed shadows at the edge of their light? What is that? Skylar and I had experienced something together before that, though. This was when we were still in training. Back in the day, the prison I worked at and the prison where we trained were once part of the same prison, the Rock of Rayford. Where the Corrections Academy trains is part of an old death row housing. Now, this place was creepy. Not like Ghost Adventures creepy, but like a feeling that you're being watched. Me and my buddy Skylar were in the same class. We would go over to the old death row housing to get out of the Florida rain and have a cigarette. This is an old star-shaped building, 5 wings each holding 10 cells with a gun gallery in the center for the officers to sit in. If you stand in the middle of the officer station, you can see down all 5 wings. This will be important later. So me, Skylar, and our friend Eric, who was also a classmate, went and had a smoke. As we left the building, the classic beautiful Florida weather struck. Rain, thunder, and the whole shebang. We laughed at the weather's insanity while running to the other building. As we entered, the building was silent. Like dead silent. All you could hear was the rain falling on the roof and outside. We approached the first gate, which is inside a ways. As we approached it, I kept having this weird feeling that we were being watched. We approached the old gun gallery, and Eric made a comment. "What is this place?" "Old death row housing and confinement," I told him. "Wow, this is so cool. Can I go in here?" As he approached the old gun gallery. "I don't think anyone cares anymore, man. This place has been closed since the 90s, Skylar said. Suddenly, we all heard a loud cough. Everyone became silent. "Jay, did you hear that?" Skylar asked. "Yeah, but it's probably just the rain." "Should we go check and make sure?" "I'm not going. Fuck that," Eric said. Finally, I said, "I'll go check it out. You two keep an eye out." I pulled out my pen light and walked down the north wing where I heard the cough. It was an old space with windows that were busted out and the old-style jail bars. Cots still overturned, missing the mattresses, of course, but with bits of trash scattered about. Some of it looked like it may have been from prior inmates. As I got deeper into the wing, the hair stood up on my arms. I got goosebumps. Then I heard a noise like whispering. I raised my light, thinking that an inmate was hiding in there. Nothing was there. Then I heard the sound of shuffling, and then running behind me. I took off and yelled, "Stop." I shined my light and nothing was there. I ran down the wing and yelled to Eric, asking if anyone had come down here. He was still standing in the gun gallery and shook his head. He yelled back, "No, just you. Why?" I told them both what had happened, and we elected to grab the instructor, and were verbally warned to stay out of that building, to never speak of this or any paranormal happenings ever again, not on the compound. I'm a glorified security guard who babysits a giant warehouse filled with wooden crates. They come in all shapes and sizes, and I've never looked at what's inside. I just never cared. I've worked this cushy job for a year, wasn't about to lose it over a box of random junk. The warehouse is in the middle of nowhere, a solid 40 minutes outside the city limits. I'm not even sure why they bothered hiring security guards, but there's always someone here. I normally work during the day, but one of the night guards, Carter, quit in the middle of his shift, so I volunteered to fill in. I really wanted the overtime and the brownie points. I was planning on asking for a raise on Friday, but now I'm not even sure if I'll still be working here by then. More than anything, I wish I could ask Carter why he left. He was only a year away from retirement, and before tonight, I couldn't fathom why anyone would just randomly walk away from a job like this. But now, I'm starting to realize this place is totally different at night. It's creepy as hell. I've never been one to spook easily, but this is more than just being alone in the dark. From the moment I arrived, it felt like the entire atmosphere was different. The air itself was heavier, almost stale. If a little paranoia was my only problem, I'd be able to get through it. But I'm either losing my mind, or I'm not as alone here as I thought. 2 hours into my shift, I heard what sounded like someone knocking on a crate. But I didn't see anyone on the monitors, and I can assure you, there's no blind spots. My employers spared no expense when it came to cameras. A few seconds later, the knocking stopped, and I convinced myself it must have been another rat. There were still a few traps left over from the last one, so I set them up and returned to my desk. The next hour passed without incident, but then a sudden chill ran down my spine, and I jumped out of my chair so fast it fell over. It felt like someone brushed their fingertips across the back of my neck. Obviously, no one was there, so I must have imagined it, right? I couldn't bring myself to sit down again, so I checked on the mouse traps just to distract myself. 2 of them sprung, didn't catch anything. Which does happen on occasion. That wasn't unusual. I reset the first one, but as I bent over to fix the second one, several loud knocks sounded from inside the crate next to me. They were very deliberate human knocks. There was no mistaking this for random rat noises. I don't know how long I stood there, hunched over like that. I didn't want to believe it. My brain insisted it wasn't possible, but the only logical conclusion was an auditory hallucination. I wanted to open the crate to prove nothing was inside. But they're all nailed shut. Even if I found a crowbar, I wouldn't be able to close it again. Instead, I asked if anyone was there, for them to knock if they could hear me. But the sound of my voice just felt heavy and foreign as it broke the tense silence. I probably would have shit myself if someone answered, but there was only the sound of my thudding heart for a reply. Eventually, I tore myself away from the crate and returned to my desk, but I still couldn't bring myself to sit down. All I could think about was Carter, if he had similar experiences. What other reason could he possibly have to just leave in the middle of his shift without warning? None of it makes sense. There's no way we randomly had the same hallucinations, unless something in the warehouse had caused them. My mind's been racing ever since the thought occurred to me. What if we're being used as some kind of guinea pigs? What if our employers are testing some kind of gas on us? Or maybe it was an accident. Maybe they have some dangerous material stored here and it started to leak. But if it was an accident, wouldn't this be happening during the day as well? Why is it only the night shift? Either way, I had to get out of there. I came outside to sit in my car, gather my thoughts. That's when I decided to write everything down, to help me keep it all straight, and to leave a record of what's happened in case I suddenly go missing. I do feel a little better now. I came out in such a rush that I left all of my things at the desk. I'm going to grab them, spend the rest of my shift out here. I've been awake for a long time now. I should probably get some sleep before I make any drastic phone calls. I'll add an update later to let you guys know how it turned out. I didn't expect my update to come just an hour later, and judging by the comments I've already received, neither did any of you. When I finally mustered the courage to run inside, I only made it halfway to the door before seeing an incredibly tall shadow. It passed by the small office window. Someone really is in there. Whoever it is must have been hiding in that crate. What would have happened if I'd opened it? I didn't want to be anywhere near that place, so I drove to the first well-lit public area. I don't know what to do next besides go home. Some of you suggested calling the police, but I'm not sure what I would say. This all makes me sound like a lunatic. I don't even know what I'm going to tell my boss. Why did I have to volunteer for the damn night shift? "2007 was my senior year of high school. On a quick, unrelated preface, first off, a big middle finger to the unoriginal dance committee members for making every dance a James Bond theme that year. Actually, now that I've written it down, this is the perfect segue to what this is about. I came from a small town, B school, less than 40 in my graduating class, rural as hell. So if you were a teen with aspirations to be something more than an IGA cashier, landscaper, arcade employee, or drug dealer, you would have to move far away from this hellhole after graduation. This only happens two ways. Either your parents get a divorce and one moves to the city with a midlife crisis and they let you move in, or you hustle your ass off for any and every scholarship you can apply for in hopes to scrape together enough to go to a community college in the next county. To improve your chances of obtaining these $50 to $100 educational lifelines, it looked good to be part of extracurricular clubs and activities. I was a part of the cheer team, varsity volleyball team. I was class treasurer and member of 3 different clubs and programs, including the dance committee. The other class club I was involved in was a program called TAD, which is short for Teens Against Destructive Decisions. Me and my friends had all signed up for that one at the beginning of the year. It was a joke of a club, but looked great on applications. All you had to do was sign a paper swearing that you won't drink or do drugs and to be leaders to your peers. The teacher that hosted it let us hang out for an hour and talk or listen to music. Every once in a while, he would give a presentation showing these gruesome pictures of smokers' organs or drunks who got squished into the dashboard of their car after hitting a tree. A couple of times, the local police department would come in and let us play with their stuff. In retrospect, TAD was probably the most fun I had my senior year. It's an honest shame the sweet memory of that club will forever have one sour part, one that I'll never forget. Neither will my friends who were there, at least the few that I've stayed in contact with. They still vividly remember. While in TAD, we went on a field trip to the Gatesville Correctional Facility. We walked past all the gates to the front door, main lobby. Our club is then directed into a larger room with big glass windows overlooking one of the prison units. Our view looked like a top-floor perspective, looking out like an apartment complex, but the floors below us were housing cells for violent criminals. After getting a good look out, a few guards issue us to sit in some plastic green chairs located on the other side of the room. Across from those 2 rows of 6 green chairs are a set of 5 white chairs, about 10 feet back, facing toward the group of chairs. We fill up the rows, and just as the last person is sitting, we see the big metal doors in front of us slowly start to open. Out walks 5 convicts, about 8 corrections officers following behind them. The officers line the walls, while the 5 convicts sit in the white chairs facing us. It was set up like a mini Scared Straight thing, but none of us were bad kids. The club consisted of mostly athletes and cheerleaders. I don't think our teacher knew what he had signed us up for. His face slowly started to show signs of distress as this took place. After the inmates are seated, there's an uncomfortable silence as the 2 groups sat staring at each other. until it was broken by a female guard shouting at one of the inmates to start. Then, one by one, they told us their stories, how they got there. Throughout the stories, I noticed the inmate on the seat nearest me hasn't stopped looking in my direction. I tried not looking in his direction, pretending that I was highly focused on the other presenters' stories. But every time I shot a quick glance out of the corner of my eye, his eyes were still locked on me. It put rocks in my stomach. He was the last inmate to speak, so after about 40 minutes, his head finally turns 80 degrees left to address the center of the room. His name is Colton. Midway through Colton telling his story, his head once again turns in my direction. He points to me and asks, "Do you have family in Dallas?" I say, "No." Colton then exclaims to us, "She looks identical to this bitch I murdered in Dallas. I thought that she was a ghost when I walked in." The inmates laugh. The other laughs are few and far between amongst the guards lining the walls. Colton goes on, retelling the story of his first kill. He was a serial killer, one that preyed upon the working girls of Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area in the late 80s. The woman I resembled was named Mercedes. Colton would pick her up in his car by rolling down his window, holding a few 20s. He would then proceed to assault and decapitate Mercedes, disposing of her body somewhere on the I-30. He kept the skulls in his freezer. As Colton described what he'd done, he kept looking over at me, smiling, staring at him. It was almost surreal knowing that crooked smile was the last thing a few women saw in their last moments. Eventually, we got to a point where it was time for us to ask the inmates questions. Now, maybe it was Colton's comments and story, our teacher's uncomfortableness the entire time, or what, but we didn't have any questions. I remember the bus ride home. Some kids made jokes, but most of them were just staring at me, like they were looking at a ghost or something. Our teacher picked up on the mood. Being the good dude that he was, he decided to tell us some lighthearted stories from his days as a security guard. Aside from my friends, everyone seemed to move on. I pretty much thought about that experience for the rest of the year, and even now, it still puts rocks in my stomach. So a couple of weeks ago, I was working on the electrical wiring at a church. I got into a pretty crazy conversation with the pastor there. It seemed pretty far-fetched, but as I listened to him, he never smiled. And he's also an older man. I'd assume he'd have no reason to tell such a lie in such detail. You tell me. So he tells me that like 30 years ago, he and some members of the church went to volunteer and spread the word of God to the villages of the African Congo. It was nearly a 2-month trip, and the gist of what they would bring was a lot of Bibles, English Bibles. There was about 30 people, 15 adults, 15 young adults, and they would ship supplies to build small structures. Their mission was to provide education, which the pastor clarified was teaching prayer, not math and reading. Besides helping out in the community, their main goal was to build a church so that all the people in the village could continue to worship, even once the church or the mission was ready to return home. So the pastor says one day he went with a couple of military-type guides into the rainforest to gather resources. The pastor tells me that the rainforest alone was an impending spectacle. Behind the tree line hides an unforgiving place. And he said, where even God can't find you underneath the foliage and the vines. Through what he described as sweltering and humid air by midday, they'd all just traveled 1 to 2 miles deep into the Congo. Still, They were areas only touched by villagers on rare excursions. The pastor also emphasizes how odd the younger guide was acting the whole time, how he'd been giving him an uneasy feeling from the start of their trip, continuously looking over his shoulder, speaking quietly to the other guide in their native tongue. The pastor says he even asks if there was something wrong with this kid. The guide leading the way tells him that he's very superstitious, and he thinks that this area of the rainforest is cursed. It's not. Don't worry about him. So they continue deeper. Eventually they make it to a water source and take a break. They all set their backpacks down or whatever they were carrying and drink and eat food that they packed. The younger guide is looking more and more uncomfortable while whispering to the second guide. The pastor asks, "What's he saying?" The guide does his best to translate his buddy's concern, but basically saying he doesn't want to be hiking back in the dark. Guide number 1 reassures both the younger guide and the confused pastor that they should be out by sunset. "Don't worry," he tells the pastor. The pastor tells me that he takes this opportunity to remind them that God is on their side, protecting them. Guide number 1 translates that back, and they all prayed together. Moments after, he says that the rainforest went silent, so noticeably quiet that even with the language barrier, an exchange of glances confirmed they were all feeling the same unsettling knot form in their stomachs. The ground starts to vibrate beneath them and then stops. The lead guide explains that they're above a winding cave system called the TESDAHL caves. One of the tunnels may have collapsed, and that was probably the cause of the sudden quake. I ask the pastor what he's feeling when he's hearing this. Did he know there was going to be random earthquakes? He explains that he was truly freaked out, and at that point was firmly gripping the cross around his neck. He suggests to the group that they wrap up what they're doing and start the trek back. The guide says that they need to collect a fishing trapper net that they had a little ways up the river. They can't leave it out. So, reluctantly, they proceed to follow the river up about a mile until they reach the mouth of a huge cave, dark and deep. Its entrance swallowed any light that the trees didn't block. The pastor tells me that from a distance, it looked like huge patches of webs were stuck on the walls and rocks, resembling what some caterpillars do in trees in the summer. He says that that kind of stuff was all over the mouth of this cave. Approaching, the pastor makes it clear he wants nothing to do with this, telling them, "I'm not going in there." But the guide tells him that's fine, that he can wait at the edge. It's only a couple of meters inside. The 2 guides get out their lanterns and leave their backpacks with the pastor. He watches them walk through this massive entrance. A couple of strides in, and the lead guide misses his footing on a wet rock, crashing into the shallow riverbed, destroying his lantern. The shattering of glass can be heard over the moving water. The younger guard scrambles to help him back up, but is told to stop moving. Or at least that's what the pastor thinks is said, because the kid freezes in place like a statue, both of them now staring into the darkness. The pastor held his breath. Fear hung in the air. It was an immediate saturation of senses, watching them both stay there motionless, doing their best not to disturb a single atom around them. This goes on until the younger guide slowly starts moving his lantern, briefly illuminating a small portion of the black with faint visibility. On the wall, there looks to be a massive cocoon attached to one of its interior formations. But upon closer inspection, as the light continues its path across, it's revealed to be a big leopard, deceased and wound tightly in the web. Its head is partially sticking out of the shell of silk around it. The pastor realizes that the shoreline and riverbed are littered with bones from many different animals, the sight of which makes him want to run, but he has absolutely no clue where. He says that while keeping his eyes on the light, scanning the cave, he slowly made his way out of the water with the others' backpacks and set them down on dry land. Just in case he had to move quickly, he didn't want to drop everything in the running river. The lead guide gets to his feet and points for his partner to shine the light up. When they do, the pastor says he witnessed a creature that, I quote, was a nightmare from hell, staring down at them. It was a spider, larger than a car. Only its upper half was uncovered. The rest of its body was tucked inside a hole above that it quickly retreated in when the light touched its eyes. The pastor stretched his arm out wide, said its legs were literally 5-6 feet long, something he couldn't help but catch his breath while describing to me. And it was fast, he said. Right when the light touched it, it pushed itself backwards into the labyrinth of tunnel formations. The pastor says he begins to shout at the two guides in the water, telling them to run. The shout makes them jump, sending them into a sprint directly backwards. They reach the pastor. Everyone throws on their backpacks, and now he joins in their sprint. Glancing back, the spider never reemerged from the nest to pursue, but that didn't change their pace at all. By the time they were out of the rainforest, the pastor's legs were covered in cuts and lashes from the vines and branches they ran through. He lifted up his pant leg and pulled down his sock to show me his old wrinkled scars on his shins, just to prove it. He says they got back in their truck, and well before sunset, they drove back to the village. En route, the lead guide is talking on the radio with some haste. When they arrive, they're at the village center, and the truck doors are being swung open by more military men. These ones have guns, and they look more official than the two guides the pastor was hiking with. They direct them out of the truck, bring them to a small wooden one-room building. Inside the building is a well-dressed man. He says he's sitting behind a table, smoking. When they enter, he puts out the cigarette, and he stands up to greet them. The pastor says that this man's attention was mainly focused on him, and he spoke fluently in English, telling the pastor that what he saw will never reach Western media. He tells him that they have copies of his passport, his address, and other personal information that will ensure his compliance, otherwise risking total financial and physical ruin. He goes on, stating further that if word got out about this species of spiders, the deforestation to hunt and eradicate them would cause irreparable damage to all of the other wildlife there. He explains that when new nests are discovered in the caves, a team later sets out to bomb that tunnel system, closing off the entrance and destroying countless limited resources in the process. He tells the pastor, "You cannot stay here. You cannot speak of what you saw to your team. Your mission is over." And with that, they had other men pack up the pastor's belongings, and he was thrown on a plane back home, separated with no chance to talk to anyone from the church before he left. I asked him, what the heck did he tell everyone when they started wondering where he'd gone? He tells me he'd simply told them it was something God had told him to do. He says that he was most worried about them while they were still there. He wasn't sure that they would remain safe, telling me that the man that sent him home, he wasn't friendly, and he meant business. The pastor believed that he let them leave because of their affiliation with the church, and that's all. He ended his story to me with the name of the spider, or what he thought it was. Not one that was shared with him by anyone in the Congo, but something he discovered years later when curiosity got the better of him. Of course, I can't remember the name of the spider, because it was something insane. But I've been searching the internet, and the things I'm finding, well, they're terrifying. The stories themselves, without visuals, they're enough to give me nightmares. It was too wild of a story to not share it with someone before it left my brain or something. So, what do you think? I moved to a remodeled schoolhouse in Oregon, USA, when I was 3 or 4 years old, and I grew up in this house. Original schoolhouse was built in 1870, when Oregon was a legit frontier. The original settlers owned the mountain, meaning most of the residents could track their lineage to the original settlers. We were very much outsiders. The original schoolhouse burned down twice in its original location, which was about 1/4 a mile from the new schoolhouse, which was built in the 1920s. The original location is also where the community graveyard is. My bedroom was the original boys' dressing room in the school. When you walked out of my room, you would walk onto a stage, which had been converted to a living room. There were some instances that were pretty odd, but I'll just start with this. The house had a real bad vibe. There are particular areas that it felt like someone was sneaking up behind you or chasing you. What really traumatized me was the dreams. I remember 3 in particular that were very strange. One, I had a bad dream and went into my parents' room. I just remember being upset. They put a sleeping bag at the bottom of the bed. As I was in the sleeping bag, I started to feel pinching coming from under me. It didn't say that it was the devil, but I fucking knew it was. It said to me, "Your parents can't protect you from me," in a voice that again was pure evil. When I was 13, my parents remodeled my room, and we had hardwood floors. When they remodeled, they noticed floor access to under the house, in my closet. In other words, there was a trap door in my closet. Of course, I'm interested. Open it up, look in there, and go to sleep. I wake up in a dream where I'm in the fetal position in my closet, and I'm just hearing a terrible, terrible noise. I'm scared to look up. It's like if you've ever seen someone gasping for air. That's the best way I can describe it. It's a deep, disturbing, grunting noise. I peer up to look and see what it is, and I see a man with hair, long and blonde. Looked like Kurt Cobain. His head was looking at his toes, so I couldn't really see his face. It was covered in wet hair. He's soaked. Leather jacket, logging clothes. He was holding an axe in one hand, looking at his feet, making this god-awful noise. It really fucked me up. Did I mention this was an old logging community? Well, last dream I had was a great one. but very strange. My grandma passed, and a couple days later, I had the most lucid dream I've had in my life. It was simply my grandmother holding me by both shoulders, saying, "Take care of your mom," over and over again. Later in my life, the advice had great relevance. Unsure if anyone will find this interesting, but I can pretty well assume some really bad stuff happened in that schoolhouse. There were also doors and entrances to the attic that were boarded up and made into walls. Considering most families inbred up there at the time, just get the feeling that there was some pretty foul shit that happened, especially in the frontier days. This is by far the creepiest and spookiest experience I've ever had. This happened at the school I went to in the Philippines. It was a Catholic one, but not the strict kind. To describe what happened, my classroom at the time is at the end of a hallway located on the first floor. Across from our classroom is our mini library, where our librarian sat behind the door. Beside that library were the bathrooms for boys and girls. The girls' bathroom is bigger, with 3 stalls inside of it. The boys' one was an entire bathroom without stalls. It's way back in 2003, and I'm in the 3rd grade. It was the summery time, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We had an ongoing class at this time, so I excused myself to go to the bathroom. I walked across the hallway, and I reached the girls' bathroom. Just a brief description of how the bathroom looked. When you enter, a big, dirty, scratchy mirror on the wall will welcome you. Beneath it was a clogged, dirty sink. Beside the sink were the stalls, 3 of them, made of soft aluminum material. The locks on the doors were broken. This is an important detail of the stalls. So when I entered the bathroom, I was the only one in the area. No other students inside the boys' bathroom or the other stalls. All the doors of the stalls were wide open. I'm usually a scaredy cat kind of girl, so I went inside the first stall. Since the locks were broken, I just held the door while peeing, so if anyone entered, they'll know I was there. As I was finishing my business, a sudden gust of wind entered the bathroom, and I felt someone, a presence, enter the bathroom. I waited for that someone to enter the stalls, but nothing happened. I was clueless, but I didn't think it was a ghost at first. But I heard the faucet in the 3rd stall open, and water was flowing. I, without thinking too much, peeped below the cubicles. There was no one, no feet, not anything, just water flowing. I was too freaked out. I hurriedly fixed my uniform, and when I was trying to open the door, it wouldn't even budge. Remember, the lock was broken, so just a little touch would have opened it, but it was not moving. I was so hysterical that I was punching the door so much it had dents in it. I was screaming and crying and really, really scared. I tried kicking the door, but it won't move. I screamed louder. My throat was getting sore until finally my teacher and the librarian came to get me. They opened the door, mind you, without any force. I was dumbfounded, and they asked me what happened. I told them everything. They just stared at each other and gave me a fine but worried laugh, and they helped me back to class. It was the scariest feeling I've ever felt because I felt helpless. I remember stories of other students seeing ghosts and such in that school. Some say that the schools were initially rice plains where salvage bodies were usually thrown. So, I guess that could explain it all, if it's true. 18 years passed, and that memory is still clear as glass. I hope that will never happen again to me. I have few stories left, but nothing beats this one. passed away in 2016, had some pretty intense stories from his time working at the Huntsville unit, which is basically home to the largest execution chamber in the state of Texas. I was always a bit more interested in the things that couldn't exactly be explained. Sure, some of the stories involving actual inmates was entertaining and scary, but there was something so creepy about the other stories. Those are the ones I feel compelled to share. The first one was regarding the smell. Not only the chamber itself, but the surrounding cells, because that's right, there were cells that shared a wall with the chamber itself. My uncle said that every so often you could smell something burning. It was, as he described, an unkind smell. My uncle was a war vet, so he said that the smell was definitely burning flesh, burning hair. The smell that was never accompanied by something actually burning, just the smell. It's not like it was uncommon for things to be burned. It was a prison after all. Welders would have to go and repair the cells and different parts of the prison all the time. But that smell, it was different. That smell and most smells that are common would permeate the whole area. They wouldn't stick to just the chamber and surrounding cells. The electric chair in the chamber had been removed years before my uncle had even started working there. Lethal injection was the new way. But many that worked there, and the inmates, they believed they were experiencing smells from the past, and something pretty horrifying. My uncle told me he'd spoken with several inmates in the area, ones who'd become nauseous from the smells, sometimes the smells waking them from sleep, only to make them vomit. Not all of these inmates were on death row or scheduled for execution. In fact, a lot of these cells were occupied by individuals who would most definitely see the light of day. My uncle said that he could see the men go through some changes while in there. He would see them get scared. He told me several inmates in the surrounding cells told him about their dreams. What was most curious and creepy about this were the similarities in the dreams. They usually always involved a group of guards barging into a cell, disturbing inmates awake, dragging them to their execution. These men would feel everything, as they put it. The snatching, their heart rate increase, even the insertion of the needles, the injection itself. Some men would see their own life essentially flash before their eyes, while others described feeling trapped in another man's body. They all woke up before experiencing total death, and always in a pool of sweat. These men were completely manic, followed by severe insomnia. My uncle said he'd lost track of just how many men repeated these stories. But he claims he wasn't the only one who heard these stories. It was known amongst all staff like many things were. It just depended on if you took the men seriously or not. My uncle did. This last one, it's my favorite. I like it because it's not terrifying, but yet totally is. My uncle was friends with a man who prepared a good amount of inmates' last meals. He was known for being a good man, never getting too involved in the men's guilt or crime. Instead, just providing them with a dignified last meal. I guess a lot of men in that line of work really took pride in their job, this man being no exception. However, I guess there was one inmate that my uncle's friend had grown fond of, a man on death row, scheduled for execution in 2002. He believed the inmate to be innocent. He felt compelled to do something special since he knew he couldn't provide the man with a steak. So instead, he made the man a monster cheeseburger and fries. He threw in a chocolate milkshake and a hamburger steak on the side with mashed potatoes and gravy for good measure. The evening of that execution, the man had been in the kitchen, cooking up separate meals for much different occasions. He suddenly felt he wasn't alone. Typically, in a prison, that's not a good sign, but he told my uncle he felt pretty good, like a friend was in the room. He was positive it was the man who'd been executed. The next day, he'd been told by staff that the inmate had left a message of thanks to be passed on to him and compliments to the chef. This man would occasionally make those meals for inmates until the program was expired in 2011. Nowadays, inmates get what's on the menu for that day. Some people hate that. Others find it just. I don't know how to feel personally, but I like the story for what it is. Those are the most memorable stories I've got hanging around in my head, but I'll rack my brain for more. Thanks for listening. Do you ever wonder how many times you've had a near-death experience without even knowing you had one? I'm sure my guardian angel earned their wings tenfold after watching me in my life. Just the other day, I'm pulling up to a four-way intersection as a work truck takes a left. As it completes the turn, the truck meets a pothole and a large tree stump is thrown from the rear. It tumbles, and it sends it feet in front of my car, then rolls past up onto a sidewalk empty of pedestrians. The work truck didn't stop or even notice. The insurance claims he'd have on his hands if I'd driven up any sooner. Retelling this, I wonder whose guardian angel was keeping who out of trouble. Other times, I haven't been so lucky. I was incarcerated for possession back in '98, spent a couple of years locked up at Indiana Women's Prison in Indianapolis. During this stint, I did my best to keep my head out of trouble. The majority of my day, I'd stay in the small library all day, reading books and perusing the shelves. That's where I'd find an old journal, tucked in with other miscellaneous titles. I took it back to my cell and began to read it, discovering it was the journal of a previous inmate who documented their time at Indiana. Every page filled with tiny, barely legible words and dates, stories of events that held significance to the journal's owner. I found out her name was Donna Lynn. She was serving a life sentence there in the 1950s. A life sentence earned by killing her husband. One summer morning, she tossed a homemade explosive into her husband's lap from the passenger side window as he's backing out of the driveway for work. An explosive that she'd learned from a friend's husband, one who'd served in World War II. Donna Lynn didn't attempt to hide her guilt, nor did her writings express any remorse for her actions. If anything, it was full of rationalizations. Apparently, Donna had a scholarship to go to college, but had gotten pregnant. She had a miscarriage due to the abuse sustained by her husband. 1 month later, boom, no more husband. Donna claims she was actually trying to kill them both with the explosion, but he'd accelerated too fast and the charge delayed. This also wouldn't be the only mention of a baby in her journal. She'd end up pregnant again, this time through an affair with one of the guards during her incarceration. She was able to give birth, but it was ultimately taken from her, put into foster care. It was weird reading through this woman's journal. The character in the story I was reading had been real. Her daily routines, friends, enemies, emotional ups and downs, all carefully documented in this book. As I read, I couldn't help but wonder where her guardian angel was when she needed them. In one of the passages, she describes a fight that she was involved in. Donna was collecting a debt from another inmate when she was jumped and attacked by 3 other inmates. The beating had sent her to the infirmary for a couple of weeks. She had broken ribs, a collapsed lung. Donna would receive over 30 stitches to patch up some stab wounds, one landing inches from her heart. During her stay in the medical ward, I noticed the tone of her writings began to change. Her entries became more infrequent, her handwriting more scribbled and manic. She expressed paranoia towards names she'd previously mentioned as friends, and a strong distrust for the doctors and nurses at the prison. At this part of her journal, Donna starts to write about how she thinks the infirmary's haunted. One night, as she's lying in her cot, she's looking up at the ceiling's cracked and stained tiles when one of the squares slowly raises and moves left. A bit confused, and more than a little scared, Donna turns over, tries to wake up another prisoner who's laying on the cot beside her. All Donna can do is point to the black square hole above them. That's when they both witness a thin, dark figure begin crawling out of the hole in the ceiling. This causes both of the women to scream, and a night nurse quickly rushes in to see what the noise is about. When she runs in the glass doors and flips on the lights, the creature disappears. Donna and the other woman tell the nurse what they saw, but their stories are understandably not believed. Instead, they were given more sedatives to help them sleep and ease the pain. It worked. The next day, however, still in a fog from sleep, Donna starts to question things, if what she saw the previous night was a dream. Turning over onto her back, she looks up to see the ceiling tile still missing. With the lights on, she can see further into the hole, to what she believes are heating and water pipes. Nothing resembling what she and the other woman saw. Donna rolls back over on her side, sees that the woman next to her must have been checked out earlier in the morning. Apparently, they were in different cell blocks, so Donna wouldn't have another opportunity to talk to someone about what she'd seen. Near the end of her journal is where I read the most unnerving story out of all of her entries. At Indiana, there was a lot of wildlife that would frequent the property. Although most of the wildlife you'd see are rats, you'd also see the occasional deer gazing in the fields just beyond the tree line, or a raccoon family climbing the fences at night. In Donna's journal, she writes, "Don't trust the cat with white spots. It's only pretending to be a cat." Donna says that she's seen it change shapes as it makes its way through the field at night, once turning into a human before running on two legs back into the forest. She thought it was feeding off of the misery that radiates from the prison. When I read that, it gave me chills, because I too would see a black and white cat roaming the grounds from time to time. After all the years from her entries to my incarceration, I tried to believe that it wasn't the same cat as she described. But it was a strange cat. Even before reading Donna's journal, I was put off by this feline. It was the only animal that would get close enough for us to touch it, although it never let us. Some of the girls would try to distract it while another one would sneak up behind it, but every time, without even turning around, the cat would sense someone approaching and jump away. It could also climb through the razor wire effortlessly, navigating through a path that any other animal would get diced to bits if they attempted. I remember there was a big fight in the yard. Tear gas canisters were descended into the grass, and the whole rec area was covered in a layer of fog. We all had to lay on our stomachs as the guards got control of the situation. During all the chaos, a couple of us on the ground watched the black and white cat stroll right through the war zone, seemingly unaffected by the tear gas or mayhem around it. I never could find any of Donna's other journals in the library. I assumed this one had been picked up with the other books amongst her belongings after she passed. Its nondescript blue hardcover could have easily been mistaken as another book. Only upon opening it does it reveal years of handwritten thoughts and emotions worthy of attention. The one I read ended in such an open-ended way. I don't know what I was expecting. I was released in 2001. Has anyone had any more recent visits to Indiana's women's prison? You'll have to let me know if you saw the black cat with white spots hanging around the rec yard. Also, if you ever happen to find yourself with an extended stay there, take a look around the library for a pastel blue hardcover book. There's a good chance they haven't updated their selection since I was there. In August of 2016, after high school graduation, a few friends and I started doing a paranormal investigation to pass time. We conducted the investigation every summer, occasional winters, but the summer of 2017 was bizarre. There's one area we loved to go to, an abandoned prison camp area near the forests of Massachusetts. During this expedition, we got there just past midnight and immediately got bad vibes. It is one of the most haunted locations in the country. We ventured down a small dirt road to a graffiti-ridden cement building, which consisted of roughly 6 solitary confinement cells. The building was roughly 15 feet by 9 feet, so it was rather small. While 2 of our team members went to one side, my friend and we were crammed in one cell. We asked questions to see if any ghosties would reply to our audio recording device. We had a lengthy session. We heard footsteps in a nearby tree line. There was no one there. They got closer, closer, and closer, until I thought they were right next to me. They were so loud. Apparently, our other team members heard footsteps too, but instead, over by our car. We decided to hightail it out of there. After reviewing the audio, there was one moment that we caught a disembodied voice. My friend asked, "Is there anyone who belonged to this cell?" And a muffled, whispered replied, but we couldn't make out what it said. We put logic above the paranormal, approach every scenario as skeptics, but I firmly believe that we caught something paranormal. I used to work at a prison in Rayford, Florida. We were told that we weren't allowed to talk about any of the paranormal happenings in our prison, but I still think about them, and I'd like to get them off my chest. I've tried talking to my dad, who worked there as well. He always says it's rubbish, that he never experienced a thing. This is a story about the ghost of E-Dorm. I was assigned as a CO for the Echo Dorm. Echo Dorm always had a creepy vibe to it. During the day, it was lively with loads of different characters. I won't go into specifics mainly due to length. I worked there every night for about 3 months. I worked the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift, and one night it was a normal night. Lockdown occurred at 11, as usual, due to an NBA game that was on. Around 3 a.m., after I let out the morning KP, I had just sat back down in my officer station. I looked up and I saw an inmate out. I immediately jumped up and exited my station, went to see why this guy was out. As I exited, I looked right and I saw him climb the stairs and dissipate. I knew if I called it in, my sergeant would think that I was crazy, so I brushed it off. The next night I was talking to one of the inmates, and he mentioned that some of the other inmates talk about how the building is haunted. I have a few more stories, so more to come. I attended an overnight stay at the Pentridge prison in Melbourne last week and managed to capture a shadowy figure climbing the bottom staircase. The first image is the original. The second, it's cropped and auto-corrected. I can 100% confirm there was no one there when I took it. Former CO of a medium security prison in South New England. Spring 2004, we thought a prisoner had escaped the facilities. A massive manhunt went underway. We had to notify the nearest town for their safety and to be on the lookout. We plastered his mugshot everywhere. 2 weeks passed by with no leads. As a result of this, the prison receives major audits and multiple inspectors visit to examine every bolt and bar holding this institution up. One afternoon, one of these safety inspectors arrives with a ladder. His job is to climb through the ventilation system to grade our air quality. Nearest access point is in the gymnasium. I lead the man there and we pop off the big circular vent located on the wall. The inspector climbs in and crawls a couple feet before turning left to make his way down the first line of vents. I watch him repeat this process, back and forth, ducking in and out through the metal pipes. Then, the metal vents shake with a shrill, echoed scream. I hear the health inspector crawling as fast as he can, back in my direction. He tells me that he was moving towards the vents above the kitchen, but a dead body was obstructing his path. The inspector was pale and nauseous, disgusted with what he had stumbled upon, but I was elated. I radioed to the other COs that we caught our disappearing inmate. We get a crew in who broke the ceiling open and disconnected the pipe where the inmate was located. This next part, it's a bit morbid, but wow. When the pipe was laid on the ground, only the man's legs were visible, dangling out of the pipe. He'd gotten stuck and we'd just assumed that he'd died of asphyxiation. But when we opened the pipe, dislodging the body, we discovered something strange. It looked like his face had been completely mutilated. There was a large hole on his left cheek. Of his face, more was missing than not. When our inmate attempted his escape, he got stuck in the pipes. But we also have a lot of rats who frequently crawl through our vents. When he got trapped, the rats had made a path through him, starting from a single hole in his cheek, sprawling into tons of exit holes made by the rats. Because of his body being riddled with these holes, his abdomen and his legs were almost torn off when they tried to pull him out. The smell was horrendous, if you were curious. So this was by far my worst experience as a CO. Rat tunnels made through a human body should never be something that someone should have to see. I spent a little over 1 year in prison for leading police on an hour-long chase through my hometown. I was young and thought that the engine in my dad's BMW M1 could easily outrun their stock Impala cruisers. What I didn't take into account was the lack of tread on my tires. The first sharp maneuver I attempted sends me flying over an embankment, rolling my car down a steep hill until eventually being stopped by a tree. The next thing I remember is waking up, still fastened to my seatbelt. Glass and blood littered my lap. Looking out my shattered windshield, I can see the hill I'd just fallen from. 4 cops are slowly climbing down the incline to get me. I don't know if it was the concussion that I'd sustained or if that was just the excuse I told the judge for why I decided to unbuckle my seatbelt and continue the police chase on foot. When I got out of the car, the loud creaking metal of the bent door alerted the cops that I was ready for another go. They started hustling and fumbling down the hill towards me, faster, yelling at me to freeze or they'll shoot. In that moment, I thought if the cops don't kill me, my dad sure will, after seeing what I did to his car. So my only option was to run, and that I did. I began at dusk and didn't stop running until the moon was high in the sky. By then, I was confident the police had long given up on their pursuit of me, and I could finally stop to catch my breath. That's when I also realized how lost I was. With virtually no outdoor skills, I had no idea where I was, or even what direction I'd ran. All I had was my windbreaker on my back and a car key to a destroyed BMW in my jean pocket. During the night, it inevitably started to rain. The off and on again showers left me soaked while I searched for a dry place to hide until morning. That's when I saw what I can only describe as a doorway of light formed between 2 trees. Its light only visible when standing directly in front of it. Walking by, it revealed itself in a flash out of the corner of my eye. I stopped and walked back a couple of feet, and it happened again. Then I stepped forward once more, and like a single elevator door, lining up my vision with this, opened it up. As I walked closer, I could feel a warmth radiating from its glow. As I got even closer, through the doorway, I saw another part of the forest. But it was daytime on that side. I moved left and the door of light quickly closed. I walked a circle around the 2 trees and through them on the other side, but the light didn't present itself until I found its direct line of vision again. This time, when the door was opened, I stepped into it. I felt the sun heat my skin. I was part relieved and part terrified as to what I had just stepped through. Once again, I was walking through the forest midday. It was no longer raining. I could hear birds in the trees. There was a distant clearing ahead, and a black cloud rising from it, like a fire. As I approached, I was in disbelief to see my dad's red BMW crushed up against a tree. I'd come almost directly back from where I'd entered. Then, 2 cops tackled me to the ground from behind. They used what I would consider unnecessary force when dragging me back up the hill to the patrol car. One of the cops asked how I got so wet. I didn't know what to say. As I run all of it through my head again, it all sounds so mentally insane, so I just ignore him. This is my first time sharing this story. I'm not proud of my youth. There's a couple of things I wouldn't do, girls I wouldn't date, tattoos I wouldn't get. But I survived with a couple of stories to tell. This, by far, being the most extreme, as well as close to death I've ever been. I love paranormal stuff, finding haunted places to explore. On some nights, when I get bored, I go for a walk. One time, I was telling a friend about a nearby school that I'd Googled while looking for haunted places to investigate. Years before, on Halloween, it was the site of multiple murders, so it seemed like the perfect spot for a haunting. When I first entered the school, nothing happened. Then, I started mocking any potential ghosts by saying they must have been chicken if they aren't even going to try to scare me. I walked to the middle of the field. I noticed the school's lights were flickering. I heard someone running in the distance, and when I looked up, I saw a person sprinting towards me at full speed. Then they ducked behind a nearby crate. But when I went over there, they were gone. Nobody could have run away. I was watching the entire time. Something clearly wasn't happy with my taunts. So I went home. A couple of weeks later, my friend convinced me to go back with him. I filmed our investigation. In the recording, you can hear someone walking in the distance. You can barely hear it at first, but it gets louder as they get closer. It was dead quiet, and we both heard someone step on gravel, even though nobody was there. We looked everywhere, but we couldn't find anything to explain what we heard. When we started heading home, we heard another step, but that one was really close. Unfortunately, all my footage was somehow corrupted, so I have no proof except for my word. I plan on going back this weekend to try again. During my time at university, I had a part-time job at a huge Bavarian company. The building had 8 floors in a quadratic shape, with a big lobby in the center of the building. It actually was hundreds of years old, but completely renovated. I worked once or twice a week, mainly on weekends. Now here's the interesting part. I worked the night shifts, and my job was basically to walk around the whole building twice a night. While walking the hallways, I just had to watch for stuff that people forgot when they'd rush into the weekend. Open doors, open windows, or light switches still turned on. Nothing out of the ordinary. The payment was also good. In fact, I was kind of surprised about how good the payment was, because obviously I didn't have to do much in those 8 hours. My girlfriend and other friends mentioned that the payment is just fair, as I had to walk around a huge building at night, completely alone. They always mentioned how they would never do this, as the sinister feeling in the buildings like these play mind games with them. I never had problems with being alone. I was neither paranoid or believed in paranormal occurrences. Just studied throughout the night and did my 2 walks. Until this one night in September of 2018. The shift started like any other. I got the keys from the janitor and started studying after my first walkthrough of the building. Between 3:55 a.m. and 4:05 a.m., the whole electric system throughout the building resets, which I found really odd at my first shift, but I grew to ignore it after some months. The janitor explained the reason after I'd asked. The reset leads to light sources turning on and off throughout the whole building, systematically, but still chaotic. I sat at the front desk, not even paying attention to it, when suddenly a certain noise reached me. One of the 2 elevator doors in the first floor opened itself, closed itself, and opened itself again. Malfunction, I thought, going back to reading boring scientific papers. About 20 minutes later, it happened again, but this time, the light in the elevator switched off, which seemed really off. At this point, I started to feel a little bit alarmed. When I moved into the elevator, the door behind me closed. I panicked and tried to get out of the elevator, but the elevator already started to take me to the 2nd floor, in complete darkness. When I reached the 2nd floor, the door opened and I basically fell out of the elevator door, turning around while I fell. The really sinister-looking, completely dark elevator closed again and took off to another floor. My heart was racing, and a part of me thought that someone manipulated the console, but another part of me felt something else. Fear. I had goosebumps all over my body and returned to the front desk with the plan to text my supervisor and the janitor about the technical defect of the elevator. I did this with trembling hands when I suddenly heard another distant noise. Radio music from somewhere in the canteen. I slowly moved to the canteen with my smartphone light switched on. The noise came from the kitchen, and I followed it. Reaching the kitchen, I saw that a radio was playing music on one of the tables. The cooks listen to this while they're working. I froze and couldn't breathe. During my first walk, the janitor texted me, told me to put the radio under a certain desk and switch it off, as the cooks would always store it there. I did this directly when I started the shift, even texting him, because I couldn't find the desk at first, after unplugging the radio. I turned around and I sprinted through the canteen, directly to an exit, and I waited outside for the last 2 hours. Luckily, I had the keys with me when someone for the day shift came. When he arrived, I went into the building with him, took my bag, and left quickly. I called in sick for the next 2 weeks. After that, I quit the job, using excuses regarding my sleep cycle. To this day, I don't know what happened that night. So 4 years ago, I got hired to do night shifts as a security guy. It was a very old building, dating back to 1917, but in fairly good, renovated condition, except for some parts. I worked there for 2 years. Part of the job is leaving the front desk and walking 2 big closing rounds to check for any dangers like open windows, potential fire hazards, electronics that are still on at the selling desks, in the magazine rooms backstage, etc. The first time I got spooked quite heavily was because of the mannequins. When doing my first round, I walked past quite a few mannequins. And on the 2nd floor, there's a lot of designer clothing I like, so I remembered how some of the mannequins were positioned. The 2nd round I walked, Some of the mannequins were facing the opposite side as they previously were. This was within my first month of working there. About 3 months later, while checking the stock rooms, the radio was still turned on at the 3rd floor. While walking towards it and checking the clothing hanging there, I saw a vague, pale face with black, long hair staring at me from between some of the clothing hanging there. I full out sprinted towards the doors and was scared shitless. It couldn't have been a person, since the clothes hanging there were fairly high up, and I saw no legs. At this point, I was questioning my decision to work there. I'd called in sick for a few shifts and decided to try it again, one more time. Fast forward a few more months while checking out the kitchen, I heard whispers coming from the freezer area. I was scared as fuck, but I wanted to be 100% sure. So I took out my phone and I started recording a voice memo and got closer to the freezer. After being there for no more than 5 seconds and realizing it got louder and I had actual proof on my phone, I ran downstairs and I waited at the desk to finally be able to leave this place. I kept listening to the voice memo. I never realized something like this would actually happen to me. I'm a very down-to-earth guy, and I never believed in paranormal stuff, but this shook me to my core. After this last occurrence, I stopped working there. I've never told anyone about this, and I really needed to get it off my chest. I'm convinced there are things out there that can't be explained. My boyfriend and I were on a late-night drive, me being in the passenger seat. It was dark out, and the area that we were in was surrounded by woods. We came to a stop at a red light and sat, listening to music. The light turned green, and he drove ahead. All of a sudden, I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see streetlights that would have been ahead, or the headlights on the cars illuminating the road. Just black. I blinked so many times thinking it was just my eyes or something, but there wasn't a thing that I could see for a good 3 or 4 seconds. After that time, everything was visible again. The streetlights, headlights, and the woods in my peripherals were back. I tried explaining it away as my eyes playing tricks on me, until my boyfriend spoke up, and he asked, "Did you see anything just now?" I could have written it off had it just been me who saw it, but we both did, and we haven't been able to explain it. This is a road that we always take. Nothing like this has ever happened until that night. Is there some explanation for something like this happening? Has anyone else experienced this before? Back in summer of 2020, I was 14. I would spend a lot of time with my cousin, and we both loved going on walks and would always walk the neighborhood near her house. One night I was spending the night over, and we decided to go on a walk. It was around 10 p.m. I'd like to preface this by saying that the roads weren't well lit, so it was very dark. We were used to that, so we weren't scared at all. While we were walking, a white Jeep started driving very close to us. The guy who was driving lowered his window, and there was another guy with him. They both seemed to be about 25 years old. The guys were just weirdly staring at us for like 2 minutes. Then the guy in the driver's seat started asking weird questions like, "Are you girls not scared of the dark?" And after asking this, he drove away. Me and my cousin were relieved, thinking that it was just a joke. But unfortunately, we noticed the Jeep's lights on the road, and it seemed like they were going back and forth before coming to our level again. And this time, it was the guy in the passenger seat who talked. He asked if we wanted a ride home, and then he said, "We will take care of you," while smiling. And at that moment, my cousin's eyes opened wide. After that, they drove away again. My cousin and I were petrified. We couldn't even speak. We were still hearing the Jeep, so we didn't want to run home. We were scared they would follow us home. We didn't have our phones because we usually don't take them on our walks. So we hid inside a garden behind some trees for 10 minutes. The Jeep came back, but fortunately they didn't see us. When the lights disappeared, we sprinted home. We got there and cried a lot. She told me that she got so scared because she noticed that there was a knife and some sort of pills in the back seat. Don't walk in small neighborhoods at night, and never just blindly trust a place. So 3 years ago, I was walking home late at night from my friend's house. It was dark, and at the time, I lived in a rough part of a large city. I've had many sketchy situations that I've gotten myself out of, so I guess I felt sort of invincible, like nothing truly scary could happen to me. When I walk alone, I always stay very alert and aware of my surroundings for my own safety, just in case. About halfway home and roughly 10 minutes to my apartment, I noticed a van started tailing me. I was used to this since in my city, it's very common for a young woman in a rough area to get propositioned for sex. It's embarrassing how desensitized to this I was. I did my usual and crossed the road so that I'd be walking beside the traffic heading in the other direction. I wasn't scared, just annoyed. The van then turned down a side street, then backed onto the road that I was on, and pulled up next to me. At this point, I still wasn't scared. Again, this has happened so many times, and it never mattered if I was wearing something that showed a little more skin, or if I was wearing a winter coat zipped from below my chin all the way down to my ankles. That area is notorious for that type of activity. I decided to be firm and told the person sternly, "I'm not interested." I noticed there were 2 men in the van. They looked almost identical, and they may have been twins or brothers. Both men had very, very dark eyes and short, dark hair. The van didn't move. I was super annoyed and crossed the road again to get away. At this point, I figured this would be enough for them to stop following me. They didn't. They kept circling back every time I crossed the road. I've never had to put that much effort into getting a horny pervert to leave me alone. So, this was starting to feel unsafe. They zipped by me at the speed the traffic was flowing in, and I yelled for them to fuck off. I thought it finally worked. It had been about 3 minutes and I hadn't seen the van, so I thought I was in the clear. Just in case, I pulled my phone out and was getting ready to call my sister, who I lived with. Just then, the van pulled up to me very quickly, and before I could even blink, one of the men jumped out of the van, opened the back door, and approached me quickly in an aggressive manner, as if he was about to scoop me up and throw me into the vehicle. The traffic in that area is very inconsistent. It was dead, and I imagine that is what they were waiting for. Just as the man was about to place his hands on me, I tilted my phone and said, "You're being filmed in my live video chat. I gave my friends your license plate number, and the police have been notified." I was so scared, but I didn't let that show. I stayed as calm as I could. The man paused like he was considering if I was bluffing or telling the truth. So I tilted the phone more, as if to give the fake audience a better look at him. He then jumped into the van, and they sped off. I've never been the same since that night. I'm afraid of walking alone now, even in the daytime. Stay safe out there. And to the 2 creeps in the van, let's not ever meet. I hope karma finds you both soon. I used to clean offices back when I was a student going to university. It was a great job for students because they didn't care when you showed up as long as you got the job done. between the closed hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. This one law office I cleaned every Thursday was pretty cool by design, but always spooked me out. The building was about 6 stories high, and the law firm being on the top had a beautiful view. It was a heritage building located in what was the city's original town square. I was told that it was where the town hangings had once occurred, and that the particular building I worked in was at one time a brothel. So lots of history, and that alone made me want to get the job done as early as possible. The whole 6th floor would take me about an hour to clean. I usually managed to be out of there by 8 or 9 at the latest, usually taking a beautiful sunset too. This night, I stayed late at school and arrived at the job well after dark, close to midnight. The layout of this law firm was a circle. You take the elevator up with your cart, and the doors open to the reception and waiting area. To the right were the washrooms, and then individual law offices circled around the floor, with a large boardroom in the middle and a staff break room at the opposite end. A strange feeling usually hit me as soon as the elevator doors opened. This weird feeling of someone there, but the stillness of the vacant space kept reassuring you that that was crazy talk. The later in the evening it was, the stronger the feeling. I was not looking forward to this next hour. On this night, the doors opened, and I could hear people talking and laughing. It sounded like ladies were working late and chatting it up in the break room. I remember smiling with relief because I was feeling pretty scared to be there alone so late. I walked around the right side calling out hello to let them know I was there and not surprise them. As I rounded the corner to the break room, the talking sounds just stopped, and absolutely no one was there. I stood there frozen for a moment, and I thought maybe they were in the offices on the left. So I kept going, calling out hello and announcing my presence. No one was in the building at all, but the chatter I had just heard was clear as day. As I came full circle back to the elevator, I kid you not, the elevator doors opened by themselves. I was so frightened, so I pushed the cart back onto the elevator and headed home. Nope, nope, nope. This happened in 2008, when I was 9 years old. I lived in a townhome community where each road had 2 sides of homes. In between the backs of the houses, there was a backyard with alleyways that went in between each building section. I lived on the edge of one of these, and my townhome was on one of the alleyways. I lived on one street, and across the back road on the opposite side lived an elderly woman whose name I don't even know. I'm not sure what her situation was, but for whatever reason, she never liked me specifically. She was creepy, and she spray painted all of her windows so that nobody could see inside her house. However, that never stopped her from sometimes staring out her window directly at mine and keeping it open at night to shine a red strobe light into my room across the way. She used to yell how she hated us. I was in the 4th grade, and on a particular January morning, I had unfortunately missed the bus. My dad sent me outside to get in the car so that he could drive me, and he said he'd follow me out soon after. As I was walking to my dad's car, the woman came out of the alleyway next to my house, slowly, with a gigantic kitchen knife behind her back. She raised it and started running after me. I was faster than her, so I was able to avoid her, and I was able to get inside the house. She walked and stood on the neighbor's porch across the way and stared at my house. I was terrified. My dad ran out and yelled at her, and she said that she wanted to get rid of us stupid kids. My parents called the police, but the police sent her home and had an ambulance pick her up later. My parents went to some kind of court meeting about it, but I don't really know the details. I didn't see her again after that, until 1 year later. I don't remember the day, but it had snowed that morning, so I was going to run out the front door and play in the snow. I opened the door to see her standing on the porch, but looking out toward the road. I panicked, closed, and locked the door. I ran up to my parents' room and told them what happened. We saw her walk off the porch and up the street. I never saw her again after that. My family has since moved far away from there, but people I know say that she still lives there, and her windows are still the same spray-painted windows. Though it doesn't affect me as much as it used to. I still don't like being around knives. This was 2002. I was 13 at the time, and several members of my family were staying at the Four Seasons in Santa Barbara for a family reunion. Beautiful hotel. Most in the area are, but I was extra excited this year because normally we stay at the Super 8. Very different vibe. My little cousins were staying at the hotel, and me being the oldest cousin, I was in charge of keeping them entertained for a good part of the day. No complaints here. Between the pools, entertainment rooms, and just about everything else, I was exploring like a little kid too. At one point, my aunt came down to the pool and asked to relieve me of my duties, so I decided that I'd head back to my parents' room, order some room service, and take a nap. On my way back to the room, I couldn't help but notice that it was so quiet in the hotel. The large open lobby was empty, and I've never seen it that way, and the lighting seemed dimmer, hazier, if that's a word. It seemed like there was a layer of haze. It didn't feel like steam or smoke, though. I felt nothing, just an observable haze. I found myself walking around the lobby, peering at the front desk every once in a while, noting for the first time since we'd been there that nobody was present. I then paused in place. I swear I could hear something. Something fun was happening somewhere, far away. I saw a staircase off to the side, leading downstairs. As far as I knew, all the rooms and activities were upstairs, and none of them were like a party room. So I couldn't help but wonder what was down there. Without much thought, I just started walking in the direction that I heard the sound. As I got closer, I could hear the sounds of a party, celebration of sorts. Glasses clinking, laughter mixed with the hum of talking voices. Music was being played, and it sounded like a big band style music, or something old. So I kept following, only slightly wary of ascending down into the unknown. As I kept walking, I realized something. The music, the sounds, they weren't actually getting louder or quieter. As I ventured down the stairs, it just stayed the same volume, maintained the sound of a party behind some large closed doors or something. I reached the bottom of the stairs and looked for a light switch. The switch was one of those that had a slit in it. It looked like a switch except for the actual switch. Basically, you needed a key or something to turn the lights on. I could still hear the party, but I wondered what anyone could be doing down here in the dark. It wasn't pitch black where I was standing, but I wasn't willing to walk into the darkness alone. Besides, it was clear that there wasn't an actual party in there. Before heading back to the stairs, I stood and just listened. A distant party. Oh well. I started back up the stairs, and before reaching the top, I was greeted, or startled rather, by a man in business attire. He looked just as surprised to see me there. He asked me if I was turned around and if he could help. Without hesitating, I asked him what that sound was. We were silent. But this time, no music, no party. He looked at me, I looked at him, and I said, I swear I heard music and a party. Before I could even finish my thought, he did. Yes, exactly, I said. No parties down here, not for a long time anyway. This used to be the ballroom. Now it's just home to my dusty office. Sorry, not that exciting. Okay. I smiled and eased past the guy to continue walking up the stairs. The lobby was filled with people. Multiple employees at the front desk, people standing in line, kids running, and parents telling them to stop. I even could notice the lighting difference. It was brighter, like it usually was. I wasn't exactly sure what the flip had just happened. It was weird, for sure, but I wasn't exactly scared by it. However, when I got back to my parents' room, they seemed upset, asking me where I had been. I was confused and told them that I was just getting back from the pool, that my Aunt Erin had excused me. But what my mom said next gave me chills. Major chills. Yeah, that was over an hour ago. I had a heck of a time trying to explain my experience to my parents. Naturally, they didn't buy it and told me that I shouldn't be wandering around the hotel alone, and I shouldn't be talking with strange men in the hallways. They didn't get it. But that's okay, I suppose, because neither did I. I was scared by the time loss, but I leveled with myself that since I didn't walk away from the experience injured or terrified, maybe I'd just experienced something really cool, like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. I live in a small town. You blink and you miss it. The best we can boast about is a single stop sign and a gas station, which we only have because of the nearby highway. Any actual semblance of a town is 25 minutes away. So when things get scary out here, it's amplified. The occasional homeless person is no big deal. They're often drifting through. Drug addicts run rampant and will steal everything they can from your house, but it's the normal out here. However, what happened a few years ago certainly wasn't normal. Originally, I was dead asleep in my bed. I only woke up because it was burning hot in my room, but it was summertime and not much I could do. I just remember tossing and turning until I got a creepy feeling that fell into the pit of my stomach. I glanced over to the bathroom door that was open with the light on. Everything was normal. I left the light on so I wouldn't trip and die if I had to pee in the middle of the night. Next, I glanced at the window directly across from my bed. I had no curtains, but I had a shitty set of blinds. Part of the blinds were broken from wear and tear, and the crappy AC unit beneath it would make them move back and forth, so you'd get a glimpse outside every so often. The yard light was still going, but what made me stop was the outline at my window. The figure of someone was directly at my window, almost like it was waiting for the blinds to move, to watch me. I didn't have an imagination as a child. That had been trained out of me, but the sight was enough to pour every horror film into my head at that moment. I squeezed my eyes shut, and I pulled the blankets over my head and slept in a cloth oven that night. By morning time, the figure was gone. I remember running to my mom's room on the verge of tears in the morning, telling her what had happened. She laughed at me like I was an idiot and told me that it was probably just a stray cat that had climbed up there for one odd reason or another. I almost believed her since my window was pretty high off the ground, but something didn't sit right. Later that day, when we were doing yard work, I glanced over at my window and saw one of our metal patio chairs had been pushed up to it. I pointed it out to my mom, who proceeded to chew me out. That's how the cat probably got up there, moron. Stop leaving furniture everywhere. But I hadn't moved it. It was heavy enough that I struggled with it. So we moved it back, and so began a pattern. At night, I'd see the figure, complain to my mom, and we'd find a chair moved back every single morning. This went on for weeks. My mother stopped caring about my concerns. Until one morning, we saw where the outside screen of my window had been sliced open. I still remember her shaking her head and complaining about those damn stray cats that we still had yet to see. I could tell that she was unnerved by that development, though. I couldn't handle it anymore, and I opted to sleep in our living room that night. The only problem was our kitchen and living room were connected, which meant there were always several windows. The first night of my move went well, despite my back hurting from the couch. I avoided my room like the plague. It wasn't until about 4 days later we ran into an issue. I woke up and glanced at the clock above the fireplace. It read a little past 3 a.m. I couldn't understand why I'd woken up until it happened again. There was a beam of light shining in from the kitchen window, almost like someone was shining with a flashlight. I saw it trace along the walls and land on the love seat across from the couch I was on. I was horrified. When I told my mom, she continued to laugh at me. I gave in and decided I would sleep in my dad's room, even though it had a gigantic window. He slept in the recliner with a huge TV, so I felt more safe having someone around. The yard light was directly outside the window. It seemed foolproof. That was until I woke up out of habitual fear and watched through the window across from the bed. Everything seemed normal as time wore on, and I felt like a moron. Maybe my mom was right. That was until I saw a lone figure come out of the woods by the backyard shed, walk directly under the light, and head to the patio furniture, like he'd been there plenty of times before. I still remember the large build of the man and the confidence, like he was the one who lived here and wasn't creeping around my yard in the dead of night. I just remember listening to the TV until I fell asleep again, hoping to get another glimpse. My dad would have been pissed if I woken him up. He was grumpy on a good day and terrifying on a bad day. I didn't feel like risking it unless I had solid proof, because I was scared. The next morning, my mom chewed me out again for the patio furniture, which was routine almost a month later. But this time, something new happened. She demanded I stop playing in the toolboxes of the garage. A bunch of tools had been taken out and left on our doorstep. Screwdrivers, a large hammer, flashlights, etc. It wasn't me. I begged with my mom and pleaded with her, just stay up with me, one night. We couldn't close our garage because it was an open carport, and I wasn't going to get my ass beaten for touching tools because of someone else. It was driving me mad. Finally, she agreed. That night, we would stay awake in the living room. I finally fell asleep before my mom did, but I remember her waking me up in a panic. She pointed to the window that overlooked the garage. We could see the top of someone's head as they walked back and forth. There was the sound of someone placing metal tools down on brick steps, as if they were trying to be quiet but couldn't fully muffle it. She whispered for me to go wake my dad. My dad was angry, having been woken up in the middle of the night by his frantic daughter. He grabbed his pistol and headed out from the back door, towards the front of the house where the garage was located. We heard my dad screaming and someone dropping tools, then the shot of a gun, twice. The frantic footsteps pounding out of the garage felt like they were coming from my chest. My mom peeked out the window and then opened the door. My dad stumbled in. He had missed both shots because of his unstable aim, but he told us that there was a man crouching at our front door, looking at our door handle. None of us slept that night, and in the morning, the law from the closest town arrived. They didn't do much besides ask if anything had been stolen, for a description of the man, and then told us to install cameras. That was it. They said the guy was probably just looking for something easy to steal, for quick money. If that had been the case, why hadn't he stolen the tools, the generator, the welder, or broken into any of the vehicles just sitting in the garage? We finally set up hunting trail cameras around the house, but nothing's happened since. Coming home from college for the holidays, I still have nightmares about the incident years later when I sleep in my own bed. I don't know what he was looking for or why he did the things he did. Whatever the case may be, man at the window, let's not meet. I just wanted to share some of my experiences that happened at one of my old jobs. This happened to be a dialysis clinic where I was a nurse. If you don't know what a dialysis clinic is, it's where people with kidney failure go for their treatments 3 times a week. I typically worked from 4:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. I would usually take my first break around 6 a.m. No one else would be in that part of our unit until 7:30. I would take a nap in the storage room where we had our old dialysis chair. From that spot, a lot of the staff would experience nightmares or sleep paralysis. For me, I often would feel ice-cold chills next to me, despite being wrapped in blankets. I've heard whispering when no one else was around. One time I woke up from a nap to find that my shoes had been kicked off and stuffed with paper towels. On the treatment floor, we would notice that from particular stations, some equipment, such as blood pressure cuffs, would start swinging at random times. We also had times where, before the patients arrived, the call lights would be activated. Our call lights had a physical button that had to be pressed down with some force. So the call lights would be activated to an empty station. We would turn it off, and another call light would be activated on the opposite corner of the room. The craziest thing that happened to me was when I was closing up the clinic by myself. I had stayed a little bit late to catch up on some paperwork, and all of the other staff and patients had left the building already. At times, the clinic went dead silent. All the ambient noise from buzzing lights to the noise from outside went out, as if a mute button had been pressed. I didn't think much of it since I wanted to get my work done and go home. Afterwards, I headed toward the back of the unit, near the storage room where we would take our naps, to turn off our water system for the night. As I was heading out, I instinctively kept looking back over my shoulder. I picked up my pace because it felt like something was chasing me out. As I reached the end of the hallway, I felt a whoosh of energy go through me, and the banners along the sides of the wall started shaking. At that point, I left the clinic without clocking out and got into my car as fast as possible. I figure that there's a lot of spiritual energy in places like these, since the patients spend so much time here. They often are feeling negative emotions while dealing with their illness before eventually passing. That's about it for this story. I appreciate anyone who takes the time reading it.